God, I wish I had better news. I don't know how we're even going to get through this day, but we shall try. Give me a second to get us live. Gosh, it's so. And one thing I'll give Amazon credit for is Twitch is much easier to get live on than. Give me 1 second to figure out. We are live on Twitch, it looks like, but give me another second for YouTube. Oh my gosh.
You know that paper
Almost for old time's sake, I want to talk. Hold on, Bushmaster. If I still feel like talking to you in 2 minutes, I will. I haven't seen you in forever. The backwoods of Alabama. What's going on? Hold on. Okay. Oh my God. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Okay. I think almost done. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, and we are getting started in just a few seconds. As long as YouTube is not okay. Yay, I think it's working. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Catherine. Good morning. I see you're in the YouTube chat. Okay. Let me just see here. Give me 1 second. Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. How have you been?
Good. I've been okay. How have you been?
I've been doing all right. Working a lot. That's why you haven't probably seen me on. I'm on here a little bit, but not near as much as I used to be.
I know you used to live online. I'll give you that. I know. I barely debate anymore. I haven't seen you in so long. That's how long it's been. I'm like, what's Bushmaster up to? What's going on with you?
Not a lot. Just a lot of work. Taking care of this baby.
You just had a baby. Your wife had a baby?
1 second. My TV.
You're going to have to admit it's pretty funny.
It's going.
Danny Dakota holding hands.
It's got a mind of its own, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Well, it is a $6,000 TV, a dang thing. It does its own thing.
So what's going on? I don't really do debates anymore. I've got a show to put on. You just have a soft spot in my heart. So what's going on with you?
Like I said, I just work, take care of the house, and take care of my daughter. That's what I do.
Do you regret supporting Trump?
No.
Not yet.
It's getting easier because I can afford gas again.
Yep. Oh my God, you're one of those people. You don't think that's due to Trump, right?
He played a role in it, yeah.
What did he do to make your gas cheaper?
Well, he's knocking down those energy policies that Biden was all about. And if you look, he changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America because Biden signed an executive order before he got out that, 250 million acres of land that we couldn't drill offshores. That's the reason he changed it to Gulf.
No, that's not. You're so confused. That's not even true. Right? I mean, there's protected areas where you can't drill offshore, but that also has nothing to do with the Gulf of America, or, the renaming. Which wasn't most of that offshore drilling, those offshore drilling areas, wasn't that off the coast of Alaska? But still more drilling permits were granted under Biden than ever before. We were energy independent. So, I'm just not clear what all of that has to do with each other.
Well, it didn't all cover what that executive order that Biden did wasn't just in the Gulf of Mexico. It was in you're right. It was in other places too. But the thing about that executive order, if you look into it, he would have to have Congress to overturn that executive order because he used a clause, because it's not like a regular executive order, because he used that clause. I can't remember. It's been months since I talked about it, but he used a clause in his executive order where he would need Congress's approval in order to overthrow that or overturn that executive order. He couldn't just overturn it.
Oh, you mean like regular checks and balances of government? I mean, an executive order is not a law, right? So, I mean, it's a guy signing something and saying, this is what I think should happen. Congress can check, the executive branch whenever they want, just not this Congress, because they don't have a spine, right? That's why Trump is able to do what he's doing now, because Congress doesn't stop them. Because Republicans don't have spines. Like all this stuff Trump's doing with tariffs, which is not good for your child. It's not good for the U.S. economy. He's able to do that because in an executive order, he declared a state of emergency. And the only people that can stop that would be Congress, but they've decided not to.
Well, these tariffs are on Mexico,
it's good that Biden listens to Congress. Well, right Mexico, now, I mean, allegedly right now, no. Well, I mean, I'm just saying it changes. It changes very often. So, yeah, I mean.
Well, it depends on what Trump asked for of certain people, like Mexico and Canada. The border was a big issue with that.
No, it wasn't, and they haven't done anything that wasn't already previously agreed to, right? First of all, Trump accused Canada of having something to do with the
let me ask you this,
illicit substance coming in through Canada. I was just looking at the recent numbers in February. I think in January it was there was fifth, but I'm saying that's why Trump said he was tariffing Canada because of the illicit substance. I think it was 15 pounds in January, which is nothing if you know anything about that.
That was one of the reasons.
And in February, it's 3.46. No, I'm just telling you what he said.
No.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the next reason. Let's go to the next reason then. The other reason is he said that there's a huge, we're subsidizing Canada to the tune of $200 billion. We don't subsidize Canada. You can look that up on a government website.
Let me ask you this, Felice. What is Canada's tariffs on America for dairy products like eggs and the milk and stuff like that? What percentage of tariffs?
Are you asking if they have, are you asking
they have
about
tariffs on us?
You mean they're retaliatory? I don't know anything.
No. This is before Trump. This is even before Trump.
You're asking me if Canada had tariffs on eggs? No,
on dairy products in general. I don't think like that stuff. They do, and it's, if you look at it, it's actually over 200% and 300% on a lot of stuff that comes from the United States and goes to Canada. They tariff the hell out of us.
I don't know. I don't believe that's true whatsoever. I don't think that's true. I'm not saying there couldn't have been for a period of time, but it's not true because, I'm just telling you the reason we don't export a lot has nothing to do with people tariffing us. It has to do with the cost of our exports. That's what the issue is. We'd have to make our exports cheaper in order to export more. We'd have to devalue the US dollar. As long as the US dollar remains the strongest currency in the world, people won't buy our exports because they're super expensive. That's just a fact. Labor here costs a lot. Materials cost a lot. It costs a lot to make things, and it costs a lot to sell things.
Well, that's because we have workers' rights. There's not a lot of countries
that can afford. Well, yeah, exactly. And there's not a lot of countries that can afford what we're exporting. I've lived all around the world. You don't see a lot. When you see American cars, that someone has money because it costs a lot. American exports are expensive.
Wait, are you saying because I drive a Chevy, I've got a lot of money?
No. In the rest of Bushmaster, think about it. We're talking about exports. So I'm talking about exports.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
About people driving American cars around the world. That is a sign, not in this country, but in the rest of the world because of export costs.
A lot of those
a sign of wealth.
A lot of those places don't have American vehicles now. Like if you,
Oh
I don't
my
know if you've
God,
ever.
Bushmaster, I'm on my last leg. You have no idea what you're talking about. You think there aren't
Yeah.
American vehicles in the rest of the world? They're just too expensive. That's why people don't have them. That's why Tesla has lost what is
No,
it
if
now?
you go to
800
Kuwait,
billion?
those.
Tesla's lost 800 billion now. No, you're just saying random things.
No, no,
Like,
no. I've been to Kuwait. I've
I
seen
know,
it.
I know. I think we've had
They
that, but that's
every
not what I'm
other
talking about. I'm
car.
not talking about where you've been and what you've seen. I'm talking
Oh
about
my
in
goodness.
general. Exporting things from America is expensive. Expensive.
Every other car is a Corvette in Kuwait.
Oh my God, I have to
I can't
just,
afford a
I have
Corvette
to.
here in the
Okay,
United
have a
States.
great day. I can't. I did. That's my community service. That doesn't even make any sense. I can't do it. Yeah, things that absolutely are lies for 500, Alex. Like I mean, I think all Americans should be forced to live in on another continent for a year and be able to figure out like what's going on in the rest of the world. Because the clueless nature with which people speak is fascinating to me. Like everyone go live somewhere else and realize like that's why people don't even have cars. Like it's delusional to even say every other car. What do you mean? Like the very few amount of vehicles, which every other car in Kuwait is not a Corvette, I guarantee. I'm just saying, like nobody has cars. Not like they do here in America. No, you should go to South America and try to purchase a vehicle and see how much they cost. They are not existent, but that's also because you don't need them, right? People use public transit. That's why we need a high-speed rail system. If it wasn't, that's one of my biggest pet peeves in America is because of the airplane law, because of the aviation lobby, because of the big auto lobby in Washington D.C. will never be we'll never be pedestrians. We'll never move into the modern world. We should not be driving around. That should not be our primary mode of transportation. It's too expensive. Most people have high speed rail transit. I mean, that's in first world countries. In South America, you can just get everywhere by bus. It's super convenient and super cheap. Like, I probably got in a car 3 times when I disappeared into South America and I went all around the continent. Like, you don't need a car and whatever. Anyways, but I digress. Let's tap the screen. Thank you guys. You are tapping the screen. Tap the screen, share the live. We have so many things to talk about today. And I just am so lost. Exactly. Yeah. There are no American cars. When you see American cars, it's like in South America, which my apartment, you're talking about Peru, which I lived in the Andes Mountains. I had an apartment in Ecuador. And like when you saw an American car, you knew that probably was put in a container and shipped there. You know what I mean? Like it's not that people were paying taxes to buy that car. I mean, it's insane. And even cars that are not American are wildly, wildly expensive. Like nobody has a car. Like, I mean, true ride sharing, like 10 family. I knew like some of my Ecuadorian friends, like 10 families would like have access to one vehicle and they would basically share it. Yeah, but not American vehicles. When you see American vehicles, those are expats that probably put their car into a container and shipped it there. It's the same reason no one buys Teslas anymore. Like in Canada, you can get the same exact car, well, better for half the price. But the reason we don't see Chinese electric vehicles here is because there's 100% tariff. If you try to buy one and get it into the US, there's 100% tariff. So it actually makes sense though, because you'd end up paying about the same as a Tesla. I was thinking like it might just be worth it to do that at this point. Yeah, I mean it's anyways. But our exports alone, with that, we don't need to tariff countries. People don't buy them. They're too expensive. That's why Trump's like, there's all these, well, he says we're subsidizing other countries, but what he means is there's trade deficits. Like, people are importing things because we are consumers. The American economy is a consumption economy, which I was just watching Xi Jinping speak, and it was being translated, and that's what he's saying. He's basically realizing, okay, we have billions of people and we need to cut America out. We need to become the manufacturer and the consumer in China, which, if we are cut out of like that trade triad, I can't even imagine what will happen to us. But that's one of the things I was listening to this weekend. China's done so much, or said they have done so much. We don't, you know what I mean? Who knows what's going on with China? They keep inflating their gross domestic product by building ghost cities. Then they're like, oh, we've educated all these people, but mysteriously there's no jobs. So we'll just stop reporting job statistics. Like, it's hard to know what is going on with China. Like, when it's an authoritarian country, it's hard to keep track. And then they subsidize their own exports in order to take over markets. And that's why there's such high tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. But watching like Tesla fail is my new passion. Man, has Tesla had a bad last 7 days. I mean, it's been bad this whole time. But I think I just need to start with this, because if you happen to be up at midnight last night, or a little before, I'm trying to think, midnight on the East Coast, we just need to acknowledge this. Wow. Oh yeah. Do you know, I literally did not even remember it was St. Patrick's Day until like 20 minutes ago. I forgot. Thank you for that pot of gold. That's awesome. I used to love St. Patrick's Day. Also, it's my godmother's birthday. I better go do something. I need to remind myself to call her. But yeah, exactly. We don't have time to remember holidays. Yeah, in case anyone didn't know, it's St. Patrick's Day. Like, I had no idea. People, like, someone texted me and I was like, oh, is that today? Yeah, there's no time to have a good time anymore. Am I feeling better? Yeah, I am feeling less nauseous, but I do just think that's from stress. Oh, just a little bit of housekeeping before we get into how the world's falling apart today, because truly that's now what we just talk about. Like, how has the world melted down since the last time we've all spoken? Kraken, thank you so much for the Twitch bits, for the 5 bits. Pride one. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you so much for being the best mod on Twitch. Oh, the dropkick. And I did see the dropkick Murphy's thing. I cannot play that. I've neared copyright strikes on YouTube twice. Yeah, I would play that video, but I'm just too scared. I realize now, any sort of music, like, it's iffy on content where people are talking, but for whatever reason, YouTube and now even TikTok, if you play music for 5 seconds, you will get a copyright strike. But yeah, I would suggest looking up, and you know what's so funny? I saw that video before I realized it was St. Patrick's Day today. So that explains a lot. Now I'm getting it. That Dropkick Murphys were playing for St. Patrick's Day and yelling about Trump. And I could not put that together until this moment. Look at me go, guys. I'm firing on all cylinders. Anyways, I'll remind you guys about this again. Tomorrow we'll do the broadcast with Dr. Danny and I think Mandy is actually in Germany. And then next week, I believe next Tuesday is the 25th, I finally am going somewhere. That doesn't mean I'm going to do my show. I'm going to Denver, and don't worry, I have no plans to not talk to you guys the whole time. I'll be doing my show, just not on Tuesday. So there won't be a broadcast next Tuesday. And again, I'll remind you guys, but just because that is when I'm traveling to Denver. And then my plan is probably to try to do my show as normal as possible. But I'm finally, after I always tell you guys I almost died like 4 or 5 years ago. And ever since then, I literally like stopped going anywhere, stopped meeting people, stopped living life in reality. I just hang out by myself. So finally, since Trump has decided to lose his mind, and it's really started to occur to me like, hey, this could be it. Like, make some human connections, make some friends in real life. Like, don't let, if we're all going to slide into an authoritarian, if America's crumbling, like, don't. And you know why? And I talked about this a little, and I'll show you guys the book again tomorrow because I've started reading it. But Dr. Danny was talking about pleasure activism. It's a New York Times best-selling book, which now I'm reading and I'm so passionate about. It just talks about like when the worst is happening, when a dictatorship is being taken over, like do not let you cannot lose your joy. Don't give up like these moments of pleasure, whether it be orgasms or going to meet a friend or, like going skiing. Like Toodle said, whatever it is, like pleasure activism is like Trump wants to steal our joy. He wants to scare us. He wants to make us all miserable, and we cannot let him. And I highly, highly recommend. Oh, Minnesota. Do I have a friend in Minnesota? I have an entire family in Minnesota. I love Minnesota. I'll let you guys know. I was saying it's my godmother's birthday today. That's my aunt. She's in Owatonna, Minnesota. That's a very small town, like probably an hour south. It's like southwest Minnesota. And my grandfather's like farm/ranch was like an hour out of there. Yeah, I love Minnesota, but that's sort of what I'm saying. So yeah, my goal is to just not be alone all the time, surrounded by computer screens, but actually live a little bit of life. But like I said, I plan on doing this. I'll do the show next week. I might take one day off. Depending on how tired I am and stuff. But I like at least from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week, I plan to at least do 2 lives, and I'll just let you guys know. We'll see how it goes, but I already have like made sure I have a setup there and all the things I need. Yeah, when I went to PTSD camp, who said that? Under herb spell. I like that. That's basically what I was. When I finally got sent to like intensive therapy for my PTSD, it's because I literally wouldn't go. I had to do what they call exposure therapy, where they're like, okay, you need to go stand in the grocery store for 5 minutes. And I was like, no, because it was the combination of almost dying, having no immune system, COVID was going on all at the same time. And then my just normal trauma all combined together to just make me absolutely nuts. And I like wouldn't leave the house. I'm much better now. That's part of the reason I started running and walking, because it was like, if I am outside and no one's around me, like, does it count? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, you told me that, Loris. I hope you do. I mean, I think people don't like to be diagnosed with things sometimes, but for me, it was freeing, like understanding, oh, you have PTSD and that's okay. It actually helped me understand myself and forgive myself for a lot of things I didn't understand. So I do highly recommend like therapy and finding out what's wrong with you. Like some people are like, I don't want to know. No, knowing is better in my opinion. Hold on, let me get a drink of coffee and then we're going to get this authoritarian fascist party started. And I got these really cool travel monitors. Last thing about my trip next week, which it doesn't see, it's like, who cares? You're going like on a 1-hour plane ride. Shut up. It's a big deal for me. So you guys might need to help me through a nervous breakdown. But I got these awesome like 18.5-inch travel monitors. So now wherever I go, I can always take you guys with me and do my show. It's like I pretty much made it so, which is perfect because I need it anyways. Are you going live with the phone court today? The phone court? I don't know what the phone court is. But not sure exactly what that means if you want to reward it. But I'm sure everyone has either heard of this at this point, is living in fear of it. Trump has absolutely The phone core with the phone core. About yeah, we'll see. Are you talking about the deportation? We're going to get into all that. Let me just get into it. There's a lot going on, obviously, today. But the latest is that Trump, in the middle of the night, decided to start ranting and saying all of Joe Biden's pardons, they're not, in fact, real. This is Trump's new thing. And this is one of the craziest. I mean, it's hard to say now, like, oh, is this the craziest post of Trump's or not the craziest? I don't know. It's hard to tell at this point. The pardons that sleepy Joe Biden gave to the unselect committee, he's talking about the January 6th select committee of political thugs and many others, are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect. I love how he's learned words because of the fact that they were done by auto pen. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them. Okay, because that's weird because I saw Joe Biden talk about those pardons in multiple press conferences, in multiple interviews. So it's very weird to say he did not know about them when I saw him out of his own mouth discussing the GD pardons. So you make that make sense. Oh, and you guys are going to love how they're trying to explain this away. Like if I am worried, if anyone has mental health decline, it is not and has never been Joe Biden. It's this guy. Like, watch the accusations you're throwing around. The necessary pardoning documents were not explained to or approved by Biden. Again, except for he was live in many interviews and announcing them on his own, saying, "This is what I did. This is what I approve of," and explaining why he did it. So that's very strange. He knew nothing about them, and the people that did may have committed a crime. Somebody has a problem mentally. I don't know. It's definitely not Joe Biden, but someone is experiencing cognitive decline, in my opinion. Therefore, those on the Unselect Committee who destroyed and deleted all evidence, another lie, right? That was a delay tactic during the Judge Tanya Chutkan, the federal January 6th case that was already proved not to be true, obtained during their 2-year witch hunt of me and many other innocent people, should fully understand that they are subject to investigation at the highest level. The fact is, they were probably responsible for the documents that were signed on their behalf without the knowledge or consent of the worst president in history of our country, crooked Joe Biden. I can't even read these things out loud. It makes me shake in anger. Like, how stupid do you think the American people are? If anyone has cognitive decline, if anyone does nefarious things on purpose, it's Trump. That's who it is. Remember I said every accusation with a narcissist is a confession? They just say, here's something I did while pointing at somebody else. It is absolute absurdity. And we'll get into this several other times, obviously, but I just want to show you. Here, let me make sure, because I want to make sure I have it right. Yeah. And I've talked to you guys about sane washing, right? Like, which I love this word. It's like a term they were using, like Aaron Rupar uses it all the time. I'm not sure who came up with it. I think it was either Aaron Rupar or Ron Filipkowski to describe how no matter how crazy, that is the craziest post of all time. Trump needs to be in a hospital in a padded room. None of that makes any sense, nor should the leader of our country. It was Aaron. Thank you, Dee, because sometimes I heard someone saying Midas Touch came up with that, and I was like, I don't know. I think it was Aaron Rupar, because you guys know I'm a huge Aaron Rupar fan. If you can be fans of journalists, I'm a journalist fan. And I'm pretty sure he was the first person I ever heard say that. But Anyways, it's a used term now by the left to describe when something so crazy happens, when it's very clear that Trump is out of his mind and we are in the danger zone. And instead of being like, what the F is this man doing? CNN or, Fox will just be like, oh, this is not weird. And they'll sane wash it and try to make it sound like it's just like, oh, he's just reading his grocery list. Well, look at this. And this is not a joke. Hold on. Ron Filipkowski's like sane washing BS spin. And I'll show you examples of this because this is not just, don't blame Jake Tapper. This is the talking line. This is being spread all over. Like preemptive pardon. So Jake Tapper is responding to his own post about that crazy post. And then this is not, Jake Tapper didn't come up with this. This is how they're selling it. I was late because I was clipping this ridiculous press conference with Caroline Leavitt, where she's saying it with her whole chest. And people are like, what? A senior Trump world source take on the president's post. A senior Trump world source's take on the president's post is that it's meant to prompt discussions. Do I need to read you that post again? It's meant to prompt discussions about Biden's acuity, like mental acuity, and how incompetent a president can be, as well as a legal debate about pardon power and what types of pardons are allowed. Oh, is that what this? The ramblings of a madman at almost 1 a.m. were? Is that what they were, Jake Tapper? How dare you write that? That is what, I mean, and I'll say this, Jake Tapper is much smarter than Caroline Leavitt, so he actually worded it much better, but she is trying to hit that talking point much less successfully. But no, that's not what this raving madman is saying. He's saying, I didn't do anything wrong and I was unfairly prosecuted, which is a lie. All you have to do is read court documents, right? And I'm going to go after all these people. And the only excuse I could come up with about why I may be able to legally do that is that Biden's senile and signed something with an auto pen. Like, I mean, that's what I got from that. Like, he can't let anything go. He's in there and wants revenge. And that's the other funny thing about what Jake Tapper's saying. Like, I love this. It is meant to prompt discussions about Biden's acuity. Well, if we're talking about acuity, let's talk about Trump's. I've never been concerned about whether or not Biden was making sound decisions or was putting people in places to make sound decisions. Never once had to question that. However, I do question what Donald Trump is up to and how incompetent a president can be as a legal debate about pardon power. So the guy that's accepting money for pardons, the pay for pardon guy, the guy that's pardoning his friends, the guy that's going to let for $5 million, no matter how corrupt a person into this country. You're talking to me about Biden's mental acuity. Oh, life is hilarious. I can't even stand it. This is real life, people. Oh, sorry. Let me close this for a second while I decide where we're going. Oh, I do love this. I found this at the last second after I was recording that presser that just happened. No signature at all. Whoops. Okay, so if Trump didn't personally sign pardons, do they not count? Does this pardon for Blagojevich not count because there's no signature of Trump on it? I'm just asking for all the corrupt people with money that Trump has pardoned. I just want to make sure if Trump didn't personally sign your pardon, it's not real, apparently. So there's probably a lot of rich criminals, like, in a bad way right now. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. I appreciate you guys so, so, so much. Tapping is clapping. Thank you for sharing the live, Bells. Let's all share the live with 10 people. Let's get some more people in here. We probably have a long show today, so people will trickle in, but if we can help people get here faster, let's do it. And let me update my gift goal really quick, and then we will move on. I think we're going to be moving. Oh, I don't need to. This gift goal. Sorry, there's two different gift goals. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. I just I guessed the wrong one first. Okay. What is a skull apple? Let's just, I've never seen this gift. Whatever. They're only 10 coins, so let's just get a few of these because I want to see what they are. What the F is a skull apple? It's something. We're about to find out. Thank you guys so much. And this is my Cash App and Venmo. I do rely on your... Wait, I can't see them. Oh, so nothing appears on the screen? Do you guys see anything? Oh, and by the way, let me see. Hello. While we're checking, can you guys see my post? Nope, still I have to pin things for people to see it. Did you guys see what I just wrote in the chat? Did you see when I wrote hello in the chat? Nope. Oh, so you guys can see those skulls. I can't. Well, that's probably a bad gift then if I can't see it. Oh, you guys can't. I still need to pin them. Okay, we just need 6 more skulls and then I'm going to move on to something else. There are only 10, whatever we call them, coins. Remind me when I need to change the gift goals again because it's very hard for me. I'm going to check one more time on the second gift goal to make sure before I get into talking a lot because I have so many things to say. Oh, I do need to update this. Yep. Got it. Okay. Let me close this. And oh my gosh, there's just so many different things we need to go into. So let me try to think of the best way to do this. Actually, first, I'm going to just skip around. I think that's probably best now that I have a better... Okay. I want to show Tizzy. You guys probably all know Tizzy. Obviously, if you don't, you could just look up his name on TikTok. He's a very big creator. He made a post which actually had some interesting things. Like he referenced a court case I didn't know about. So I think you guys will find this really fascinating. So this goes to what I was just talking about with Trump's wacko Truth Social post. That's what this post is about. Again, if you don't know Tizzy, and I would just look up his name. This is his X profile, but definitely he's on TikTok, he's on Instagram, he's all over the internet.
Silly me, going to bed last night, not first checking if Donald Trump had done something crazy and irrational that sets a dangerous precedent and creates a whole shit show. Because last night he decided to go on Truth Social and say that he's revoking all of Joe Biden's pardons. See, the pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave the Unselect Committee of the political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect. And inevitably this morning, there are a bunch of people who are having to deal with their insufferable, MAGA coworkers gloating about this, or seeing just a bunch of nonsense being posted by their family members on Facebook, and they'd like to be able to respond with what all this is about, so we're going to try and break down how dumb this is. He's basing his claims on analysis from the Oversight Project, a branch of the Heritage Foundation. Heritage Foundation, why does that sound familiar, you may ask? Because they are the authors of Project 2025. Also, just FYI, there's this website, Project 2025 Tracker, that shows how much of Project 2025 has actually gone into effect via Donald Trump since he's been elected. You know, that thing he knows nothing about. But the Oversight Project is claiming that the Biden White House used an automated signature to place Biden's name on several key documents. An auto pen, which is basically a machine that holds a pen and writes the president's signature. And the New York Post claims that this is corroborated by an anonymous Biden staffer who it claims took unilateral decisions on what the president was signing by affixing an auto signature. However, per the newspaper's reporting, the Post is not publishing the staffer's name due to the lack of concrete evidence and refutation by other colleagues. In other words, they contacted other people from his staff who were like, that's not true. That's a lie. But they're still using that as, see, we were right. On top of that, the Oversight Project is basing their analysis on copies that they see online. These copies use a computer-generated signature for whether the president signed the document, meaning that online copies of Biden's signature appear to be auto-signed, but they're not the original version. There is photographic proof of Biden signing many of the documents that the Heritage Foundation has claimed were signed by AutoPen. They literally have pictures of him signing the documents, of him doing it, but because they looked at copies online that were auto-signed, they're claiming that he auto-signed it. And Trump is claiming because it was auto-signed, Biden knew nothing about them, that he didn't know about these pardons. Like, he wouldn't have pardoned the whole oversight committee, he wouldn't have pardoned his son, that he didn't know about them. So it's null and void. Now, as mentioned, we have pictures of Biden signing many of these documents, but even if Biden did use an auto pen, the Justice Department in 2005 said the president need not personally perform the physical act of affixing his signature to a bill he approves and decides to sign in order for the bill to become law, so Trump's argument is not legally valid. And despite all that, Donald Trump is going to disregard the rule of law, and he's almost certainly going to tie up our courts in a giant shit show because he wants to persecute his political rivals, the very thing he claimed was happening to him.
So I agree. Like, my first instinct was like, that's really funny, because I watched all the press conferences where Biden said, I'm pardoning these people and I feel the American public needs a reason as to why. Here's my reason. So that was where my mind went first. Like, what do you, like, obviously he knows, he talked about it in detail in interviews. It's delusional to think he didn't know. And that's why, like, there were people who were upset they didn't get a pardon, like Alexander Vindman, who's in the House. Like, look that up. I mean, and that's how I remember that, like not everyone was happy about Biden's explanation, because they're like, well, I'm still dangling in the wind here, kind of thing. But in addition, like, that's why I thought this video, I like Tizzy's video, because he, the direction you go with research or how your mind works is always interesting. And so actually apparently there's also, he did sign them. Like, they're just talking about auto-signed copies. Like, that's hilarious. And that, well, let's finish. We have about a little bit more of this, but I just find it fascinating. Like, no matter how your mind works, Trump is always wrong. Like,
because every accusation is a confession. He believed it was a witch hunt based only on political things, even though it was about stuff we saw with our own eyes, like January 6th. He believes, no, they're just doing this because they don't like me politically, because he knows he would do that. And he is. This is dictator shit. This is not the act of a constitutionalist. This is not the act of someone who loves America. This is someone who just wants to be right, who only thinks things that he likes are legal and things that he doesn't like are illegal. Fuck this guy and everyone who supports him. I said what I fucking said.
That's why we had to get to the end. I was like, wait, it's very important. Exactly. That's period. Like, F this guy on period. Like, there's nothing else to say at this point. This man's just, and truly, this man at 1 a.m. was in a bad mood, made up a bunch of lies. And instead of just, well, I mean, I don't know what they should do, be like, oh, this man just, goes on insane rants that make no sense. No, they can't do that. So then they're like, hey, we have to try to make this make sense. And there is no way to make it make sense. So the closest they get is, Trump was trying to start a discussion about pardons and about mental acuity of presidents. The only person's mental acuity that needs to be in question is, in fact, Donald Trump's, as usual. And let me find, and I'll show, yeah, I think it's best if I just show you this stuff now. Oh. Hold on, let me just find what I'm looking for. Yeah, because so there's a presser that was just going on with Caroline Leavitt, and I honestly think it's a combination with her. I do think she's a liar, but I also think she's not smart. Because I don't know how you could say this stuff. Like, if I was her, I'd be like, I need to consult a lawyer, because I'm not just going to say all this stuff that's just pure fiction. And her command of the law is not smart. But anyways, this is this morning.
Post overnight saying that that the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time.
You are cognitively impaired. That's what I'm sorry. Every time I've heard this clip 3 times now because I had to screen record it. You are cognitively impaired. Trump appears to be. How dare she? How dare you talk about Biden being cognitively impaired? Because he has a speech impediment and can't walk so good. Trump, the same, and we talked. That's why I showed you guys that David Pacman post. Like the reason they said Biden was cognitively impaired is because he used the short stairs on getting on Air Force One. That's what Trump does. But do they speak about that? No. Is Trump cognitively impaired? I guess you guys have a different standard between what is actual cognitive impairment. Like, this is complete hypocrisy.
The former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that, did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the president of the United States autograph without his consent.
Is on the record.
It's almost like you guys don't know what AutoPen is. That's no one signing anyone's name, dummy. Like, I mean, and I say that as respectively as possible. You're talking about someone using AutoPen, which has nothing, which would be the opposite of someone that works for Biden signing something. And like we said, what Tizzy was saying, there are videos of people watching Biden sign the pardons. So that's not real. She said there are Biden officials that said, no, there's one. And then there's a bunch of people that were like, I was there too. And that's not what happened. So, like,
we're talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was he aware of his signature being used on every single pardon? That's a question you should ask the Biden White House.
Is there any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
You're a reporter. You should find out.
Okay,
Sean.
so I have a question on the timeline.
For a reporter, you should find out. You're a literal idiot who's walking around masquerading as a White House press secretary, also a former journalist. Maybe you should check your ethics code related to journalism and ask yourself if you have sold out and should no longer be in the journalism industry. Yeah, it's completely made up. And that's why they're like, Trump was trying to beg the question. Trump doesn't know what the words begging the question mean. So, no, that's not what was happening, Caroline. And it's hard for me because she's a woman and I always want to defend women. But yeah, like this is indefensible, the amount of lying. And just remembering how they would talk about Karine Jean-Pierre, who had decades and decades in PR and communications. And then we have this person who could not find her way out of a paper bag. It just is like, hey, what do you want me to lie about today? God, and we'll get into it, but first I need to talk about some things first before we get into the rest of this press conference full of absolute fantasy and lies. But my favorite is when she tries to like speak, I'm not a lawyer. But also, so I'm not saying you have to, like, I read thousands of leaked court documents. I don't think you have to be a lawyer to not sound like an idiot when speaking about the law. But my favorite is when she's like, tries to act like she's knows something about the law or about, like, I don't know, the Constitution, about what the powers are of the federal judiciary. Like, don't worry about people immigrating here taking civics tests. You take a civics test, Caroline Leavitt. The Republican Party needs a civics test because I know they wouldn't pass it. I agree. Let's do civics tests. Let's do it. And then no Republicans will be voting. She's also a narcissist. Do you know that for a fact? I mean, I don't know. She's giving a great impression of, I don't know. I feel in one way I have sympathy for her because, wait, I don't know what I just disappeared. Oh, the goal. Sorry. I just pushed the wrong button. So many buttons in this live. I was going to say, I feel bad though for her in a way because she's married to like someone 30 years older than her. Like, I don't know. She's very young. Like when I was in my 20s, I didn't know what. Well, no, not in the same way she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's tough. It's tough, but I do think she's in some bad situations that make me feel sorry for her. And I wasn't like a great person in my 20s, but nothing like her, but you know what I mean? So it's like part of me feels a little bit bad. I have way too much empathy. It's a curse. I'm trying to get rid of it. If I could get rid of my empathy, I'd probably be a lot more successful in life. Her husband paid for her campaign. I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so crazy. It's so weird. Look up who her husband is. It's a super weird situation. It's very creepy. Hold on. I need to adjust. My ADHD is out of control. This way, my legs have to stay still. If anyone's interested in a chair for ADHD, I put a link in my link tree and in my bios. It's the best chair ever. God, when I'm in Denver next week, I don't know. I'm going to have to sit and hold still. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. I'm going to start with some information that we're going to get into the absolute shit show that or back into it, I should say. So first, I just want to say, and if anyone's wondering what I'm referencing, hold on, let me pull up the outline because I want to make sure I get it right. When you see these white squares, where this is coming from. So I usually always put it just under the article section. This one's called This Weekend in Politics, but Ron Filipkowski basically does this like aggregate thing. I think 5 times a week because he doesn't do it on the day he has his podcast. And that just does one for the weekend. So like 5 days a week, he makes these and I love them because if you don't have time to read, and I subscribe to Midas Touch, through your tips and donations. So most of this, I think you have to pay. So that's the other thing, it used to be free, but now if you don't pay, you can see it through me. But when you see these white squares, that's if you're wondering like, oh, what publication is that? It's from Midas Touch. Ron Filipkowski is like producing news in aggregate. So the New York Times reported that investors are pulling their money out of the U.S. stock market, which, if you've seen the news, it's happening. In recent weeks in investing overseas, the S&P 500 had outpaced foreign stock markets for years, but it has fallen 6% just since Trump took office. While the German stock market is up 10%, Europe's stock 600 is up 4%, the Hang Seng in Hong Kong is up 20%, and Mexico's IPC is up 5% over that span, oopsies, sorry. I'm very fidgety today. I just unplugged my own phone. And the other thing is, and I'll show you this video a little later, is that when our stocks are running, meaning the stock market is falling out of control last week, you know whose stocks are rising? Russia's. I mean, that's what's happening is Trump's defection to Russia. We are building confidence in the Russian markets, and investors are moving money there while devaluing US markets. Thanks, Trump. This is why Putin loves him. Sorry, just needed to plug that back in. Oh, so, and this is from a Washington Post article, which I read this whole article. They reported that over 5 million Americans work in industries that could be impacted by the retaliatory tariffs from China and Canada that just went into effect. And the vast majority of them live in counties that voted for Trump. That's what the Washington Post is like, breaking down where people and businesses are that are going to be affected by these things. New tariffs from those two countries primarily target the agriculture, manufacturing, and energy sectors. Counties that face the greatest potential impact from retaliatory tariffs were 3 times as likely to have voted for Trump. Thoughts and chairs for you all. This is another piece. Canada's looking to get around Lockheed Martin now. We produce the F-35 stealth fighter. Now they're looking for military contractors that can produce similar aircraft without using U.S. corporations and military contractors to do it. So great job, Trump. You're doing an amazing job. Oh, I was talking, and we'll see several times that Elmo's business is literally tanking and falling into the shitter in real time. But this is from Electrek, which tracks the worldwide electric vehicle markets. They're reporting that Tesla is essentially dead as a brand in Germany after Musk's recent statements. A new survey of over 100,000, and if you understand polling, that's a huge sample size. Over 100,000 Germans revealed that 94% will never consider buying a Tesla again. Tesla sales are down over 70% in Germany this year from last. Did I say something? They know their history. I know. I agree. Oh, I didn't even know I put this on here. Did I put this? Hold on. I might have not meant to add this. Well, actually, this is important. I didn't even know I added this stuff, but let's talk about it. Trump, and it's funny because I guess I added this and didn't remember. And then I was on Truth Social, on my alter ego. And I noticed that Trump is proud of this. He posted Lee Zeldin talking about this on Fox and Friends this morning. So former EPA administrators, the Environmental Protection Agency, Republicans and Democrats, so bipartisan, are sounding the alarm thank you so much, on new EPA Chief Lee Zeldin's new proposals. Zeldin announced this week that he planned to roll back 31 key environmental rules on everything from clean air to clean water and climate change. Zeldin said he is driving a dagger through the heart of climate change religion and ushering in America's golden age. This stuff is scary. If you want to find the clip, Trump has it on his Truth Social. He's proud of it. The Guardian reported that one of the former EPA administrators called it the most disastrous day in EPA history. William Riley, EPA chief under George H.W. Bush, so a Republican, said it is a catastrophe and represents the abandonment of a long history of EPA actions to protect the environment. Christine Todd Whitman, who was the head of the EPA under George W. Bush. Sorry, if I said George W. last time, I meant H.W. Now, this is who was head of the EPA under George W. People involved in oil and gas. What this administration is doing is endangering all of our lives. Ours, our children, our grandchildren. We all deserve to have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. If there's an endangerment finding to be found anywhere, it should be found on this administration, because what they're doing is so contrary to what the EPA is about. And as someone who's lived in other countries, I can tell you, when there's no EPA regulations. You think you could roll back all these regulations and nothing happens. I remember like there would be a layer of soot in my mouth in South America because of the pollution. I mean, it's lining your mouth. It's the most disgusting taste. Like you just keep like a handkerchief around your face 24 hours a day if you're outside because of pollution. I mean, yeah, and that's not even to speak about clean water, but why would Trump be poisoning all of us? It's the weirdest thing to think about. The Guardian reported that the Environmental Protection Agency will also eliminate rules restricting industrial pollution of mercury and other air toxins, soot pollution. That's what I'm describing. I used to taste in my mouth every day in South America. That sounds weird. Good neighbor. And a good neighbor rule intended to restrict smokestack emissions that burden downwind areas with smog. Zeldin also targeted a clean water law that provides federal protections for rivers, streams, and wetlands. And I love this quote. This is my favorite. This is from our guy, Jamie Raskin, Representative Jamie Raskin, the head of the Judiciary Committee. He said, if Vladimir Putin, which this is how we need to think about it, if Vladimir Putin had a plan to foul our air and water, wreck public health, and drive America over the cliff of irreversible, lethal climate change, it would look exactly like Lee Zeldin's plan. This is a plan for self-inflicted environmental disaster. I mean, truer words were never spoken. Trump doesn't have long on this earth. Not that I think he's acknowledging it, but all he wants is to make a bunch of money and consolidate power. He doesn't care about future generations. Megan said, thank you, Megan, for the $5.55. Do you think Fox anchors know they are lying, or are they delusional? Love you, Pookie. You help me learn without crying. LOL. God, that's so nice, Megan. No, I do think they know they're lying, which we know from. That's why I'm always reading court documents. The best thing to ever come out of that, not Smartmatic, Dominion voting machines case, the reason that they settled for almost $1 billion and stayed out of court is because they were about to call all these people to the stand. In discovery and lawsuits, all of these people's text messages and emails were seized. And what it turns out is they all know that Trump's nuts. Like they very much know. 100%, but it's a for-profit company. That's why we needed the fairness doctrine to make media fair. Like it used to be, if you spent 5 minutes, well, before everyone started pathologically lying, it was like, if you spend 5 minutes on a conservative piece, then you need to spend 5 minutes on a liberal piece. But now we're just up to pathological lying. That's why they call it Fox Entertainment Network. The way they've gotten out of most of their lawsuits up until the Dominion voting machines one was by saying, we are not news. We are an entertainment network. That's how they get around it. We had smog days in California. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, I've lived in countries with no environmental regulations, and it is not good. It's not something we want to experience. But I'm sure when we all have lung cancer, we'll get somebody's good. We'll tell Trump to stop, right? I'm sure. Thank you so much, Megan. And you have a very pretty picture. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, let's keep tapping this. Oh my gosh, we're not at 100K. We should be almost at 200K since we started an hour earlier. It used to be we should be at 100K by 1 o'clock. So we should be at 200. So tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate you guys so much. Joanna was talking about this in our group chat on Friday, right? I think it might be more. For some reason, it's either 34 or 36. I don't want to get the unaliving toll wrong. I don't know. You guys, someone look at how many people have been unalived in these tornadoes in the Midwest. Again, the reason we are in climate crisis, the reason we're seeing this uncontrollable weather is because of conservative policy around climate and the environment in the first place. And instead of saying, hey, look, we have to rebuild California because of gale force hurricane winds that were blowing fireballs the size of our heads around and burn down parts of LA County. Instead of being like, yeah, we should probably think about what we are doing to the environment, they're like, never mind, burn it all to the ground. Who cares? Oh, it's definitely more than 28. It's definitely, it's 34. Yeah, it's like I just am saying this came out yesterday night and I thought I saw like 36, but it will definitely be if it's, I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm not sure what the total is. This came out last night and you know how it is as they find people. It's definitely more than 34. After tornadoes unalived 34 people in the Midwest this weekend, AP reports that experts who have been warning about DOGE cuts to the national, oh my gosh, what does NOAA stand for? Wait, can someone tell me? I just forgot the acronym. It's the Weather Association, but what is NOAA? What is the acronym? Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, not association. Yeah. Okay. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which monitors severe weather patterns and storms and issues warnings, are going to make this scenario more common and cost more lives. Some of the 34 people in Missouri, Arkansas, and nearby areas were unalived while they slept in their homes. Like Joanna was texting us from Arkansas on Friday night, like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm not laughing because I think it's funny. I'm laughing because I just don't even know what to say anymore about what's going on in our country. Like, that's where we're at, where Joanna is in the group chat on Friday just being like, yeah, I hope my house is still here in the morning. I guess I'll just go to sleep and see what happens. NOAA, which includes the National Weather Service, has already had 10% of its total workforce terminated. NOAA monitors and warns about hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, tsunamis, and space weather that could cause widespread unalivings, destruction, and power outages. It also manages the country's fisheries, runs its marine sanctuaries, and provides navigation information to ships. Yes, Joanna is okay. Yes, Joanna is with us still. If not, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in a whole other state of mind. But that's the reality is there are probably 34 to 40 people, I think it's safe to say, that are no longer with us, that were like, oh, I'm just going to go to sleep, and didn't make it. Oh, you guys are going to love this. And I think I love this because I, went to university in Southeast Idaho and I spent a lot of time training in Salt Lake City. So I just know what a big deal this is to their economy. So basically, Spencer Cox, who's the governor of Utah, they want to ban pride flags, right? From being anywhere, like in classrooms, in hanging anywhere. They want to get rid of pride flags. And the Sundance Film Festival, which is in Park City, Utah, right? There's one time a year, very rich people spend a lot of money in Utah at the Sundance Film Festival in Park City. And basically that festival is like, sorry, we're going to be taking bids from other cities to move the festival because of what they're doing. They're set to announce their home for the next 10 years. So it's between Park City, Utah, Boulder, Colorado. Boulder would be good, another bougie place, or Cincinnati, Ohio. I don't know about that. The Salt Lake. No offense. I love Cincinnati. I'm just saying, if you've ever been to the Sundance Film Festival, it's just that it would be a different vibe. It'd be a very different vibe. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that a bill banning pride flags from schools and state buildings, which is sitting on Utah Governor Spencer Cox's desk, that would prohibit the pride flag in schools and other state government buildings, could wreck their bid if he signs it into law. If they sign that bill, they're going to devastate their own economy. I mean, it's ridiculous. One Sundance official said, quote, "What are they thinking? Utah is Utah, but this goes to the heart of the community. Sundance has worked years and years to develop." I know, it's crazy. That is such a huge part of their yearly economy, their like gross domestic product in Utah. It's crazy. If all because they can't stand rainbow flags being flown. I mean, the festival's current 10-year contract with Park City expires after Sundance 2026. An economic impact study, you guys know how much I love an impact study. That's my favorite type of statistical analysis, by Y2 Analytics showed that the 2024 festival brought in $132 million in economic impact for Utah and generated 1,730 jobs. Oh, because you guys are bigots, you want to lose 132 million? Like, how dumb can you be? All because you hate the gays so much. Super weird. I'm fascinated by that. I will be personally keeping my eye on that. And I've talked about the decimation of the IRS. But CNN reports that the IRS is in complete chaos because of the issues with Doge as it heads into peak tax season. Young Doge staffers have been working inside the IRS for the past month, and thousands of workers and auditors have already been fired, with 110 taxpayer assistance offices across the country also being shut down. Doge plans to cut 20% of all IRS employees by May 15th. One IRS employee, quote, "They just randomly drop by people's offices demanding access to systems. They're bullying us and there's no discipline in what they're doing," which really worries me. And again, that if you make less than six figures, no person working at the IRS is auditing you, right? It has nothing to do with us. There's an algorithm that does most people's taxes and tells the IRS how much we owe or don't owe, right? Actual IRS workers are doing high-level forensic audits for much more than $1,000. I recommended you guys watch the ABC Studios documentary Scamanda, because that's an example of an IRS agent being like, yeah, we don't do things. Because Scamanda, it's scam and Amanda smashed together. It's about a woman in California who pretends to have cancer, and it's insane. I think it's 4 episodes. 10 of 10 recommend. It's on Hulu, but also it's just on ABC. So if you have TiVo, you could probably find it on demand. Or if you have like a cable service or a satellite service, you could probably find it on demand. It was a podcast before ABC made it into a show. But I just watched the 4-part show. It's amazing. But eventually, there's an IRS agent, a forensic auditor, that ends up stopping her, and they're like, yeah, she only stole I think it's $160,000. They're like, this is just a question of morals. We're just going to do this work because it's the right thing to do. But this is not enough money for us to do anything type of thing. The only people that are getting out of anything by decimating the IRS are rich people, right? Who will no longer be audited. If you understand how to balance a budget, we're not going to bring in tax revenue. Tariffs, I don't know what we're doing with tariffs. We're not making any money off of them. So Trump is, again, the same thing he did in his first administration, not bringing in revenue, right? Not taxing the rich or corporations, not levying tax revenue, and spending, and saying, oh, it'll be okay. Oh, I didn't realize I put all this stuff in here. Gosh, I have a video about this. I'll show you after this. So, do you guys remember I wrote it in my notebook when someone told me about it? Like, I was reading my notes and it's like Chuck Schumer book tour, like look into protesting in my literal notes. Because I can't remember who said it in the live on Friday, but someone's like, Chuck Schumer's going on a book tour. And I wrote it down. The book tour is canceled. Chuck Schumer will not be going on a book tour. Hold on. I actually ended up finding. So this doesn't even say it was canceled. I think it was this morning. Or let me find the actual. Let me find the clip because these were the book tour dates, and when I put this in there like in the presentation last night, and I hadn't really started looking at clips, and then this morning when I was finding clips, I was like, oh, the book tour is lit. But is the book tour canceled because Chuck Schumer thinks he did something wrong, or is the book tour canceled because he just doesn't want to? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if we've taught him anything. I just think Chuck Schumer is like, nah, just don't go on the book tour. Hold on. I think I need to find this. Or I can just go in order and wait till I see it. But now that we're on the topic, it's somewhere. I should just find it in the outline. Give me 1 second. I know it's on CNN. It's like a CNN clip. It's really interesting too. Oh, is this it? Yep. Found it. Oh, blast. Sorry. Presentation closed. I just need to read it. It's Manu Raju. That's who was reporting on it. I think this morning here. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Why did I keep going past it? There it is. Okay. It says, Chuck Schumer scraps his scheduled book tour due to security concerns. That's about the same in my mind as canceling town halls. Why, Chuck? You're sure you did the right thing. Why don't you want to hear what people have to say about it? Like, no one's going to do anything to you but hold signs and say, I don't think you've done the right thing. Oh, Chuck Schumer had a book tour scheduled. Someone told me about it last Friday, and I made a note in my notebook to look into it because I was going to say we should all protest his book tour dates, but it looks like he's no longer doing it, which honestly, it makes me upset. It's the same thing as canceling a town hall. If you stand on business and you've done the right thing, Chuck Schumer, why don't you go on your book tour and you can face constituents and people that have something to say to you? But anyways, let me show you. Let's watch the clip.
Then the top Democrat in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, going as far as not saying he has confidence in Chuck Schumer. That was a remarkable moment on Friday. Now, we have learned that Schumer and Jeffries did meet behind closed doors yesterday in Brooklyn, trying to get back on the same page. They have huge and consequential fights ahead. But
And I just want to say, let me just make sure. Yeah, so this was this morning, okay? And I have another clip I'll show you.
Top Democrat.
Oops, sorry. I'm just saying this because I'm just saying this for the people like Hakeem Jeffries doesn't do his job. Like the way this started and the reason people are saying Hakeem Jeffries is after Schumer is because, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries had a press conference and said that he doesn't have confidence in Chuck Schumer. And then they basically directly were like, do you think he needs to go? And he's like, next question, like, don't talk to me, this is inappropriate. And it makes me wonder, he's saying that they met yesterday, but I'll find the clip after this where Chuck Schumer was on a radio show yesterday and he's like, we haven't talked. So I guess we'd have to check like what time he's saying this meeting in Brooklyn was, because I have another clip of Chuck Schumer, like on a radio show, and they press him over and over, and he's like, yeah, I haven't talked to Hakeem Jeffries. Like, this is essentially now, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. So I can't see my screen until I do this. Okay. What do you think is really going on? Oh yeah, thank you. Good question, Jer. I mean, what I think is going on is just very simply, Chuck Schumer has folded like a lawn chair and the House is mad. Like, I've always preferred the House to the Senate. The Senate seems to be a gridlock of people who are accepting a lot of money from lobbyists and different corporate interests, and they don't seem to be doing the will of the people, in my opinion. The only thing I've questioned over the weekend when I've really thought about it is why all of the New York senators, like the New York senators voted together. Like Gillibrand also didn't vote for it. And it makes me wonder, like, did they talk to Trump? Because Trump is terrorizing New York City. In what world would you not oppose Trump when he's going so hard after the state of New York, when he's trying to punish them? Unless you had, and again, this is purely just my own speculation when I debate myself on what the F is going on. It seems very strange to me that one of the blue states that Trump is terrorizing the most voted to keep the government, voted with Donald Trump's agenda. Like, that is very strange. But I'm not surprised. Like, the House has turnover every 2 years, right? And I think it reflects more like the view of the people. It's skewed. It's much younger people, people with the ear to the ground. So am I surprised that they're in lockstep and much more progressive? No, I think the Senate is full of people that have completely lost touch with America. And Chuck Schumer, and those, how many people did it end up being? 7, 8 that voted with him? I mean, those people are absolutely out of their minds. There's no excuse for it. But let's listen to this. I just thought it was interesting that so Manu Raju is saying he has it on good authority that last night, so that would be Sunday night, Schumer met with Hakeem Jeffries in Brooklyn to talk about their differences, because Hakeem is like, get this, I mean, he said he has no confidence in him, and then they're like, should we get rid of him? And he's like, next question, which that is a yes, right? If you want to work with someone and they're saying, hey, people are calling for this guy's head, and you're like, next question, that means I agree. Get rid of him, which I'll show you. They were asking Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy ran over Chuck Schumer yesterday. Like, I was so proud of him, but I'll show you all that. Let's just listen to this. And then I'll find the Schumer was on a radio show in New York City yesterday. So we'll check the timeline.
In the House, Hakeem Jeffries going as far as not saying he has confidence in Chuck Schumer. That was a remarkable moment on Friday. Now, we have learned that Schumer and Jeffries did meet behind closed doors yesterday in Brooklyn, trying to get back on the same page. They have huge and consequential fights ahead, but the backlash from the left is real. In fact, Wolf, Chuck Schumer is scheduled to do a book tour in a number of cities on a book that he has authored on anti-Semitism. He has just canceled that book tour, we are learning, because of protests that were scheduled from activist groups who wanted to go after his decision to agree and allow the government funding bill to go forward to avoid a government shutdown. They were furious at his decision to do that. It just shows you the anger on the left and the Democratic Party. Can they get it back together at this key moment when they are essentially leaderless in a lot of ways, essentially don't have a strategy on how to fight back against Trump, and have all this unrest on the Democratic base? That's going to be a big question for Schumer, but interesting that he decided to cancel this event. They're citing security concerns, but there were these large-scale protests, at least some protests scheduled outside these events.
Yeah, certainly that is notable. And it all comes, we should note, as the Democratic Party's favorability rating hit an all-time low, right? What's behind this?
Yeah, this is the lowest in CNN's polling in the last 30 years, a real warning sign for the Democratic Party right now. And it's really driven in large part, not just, as you can see on your screen, that 29% of voters have a favorable view of the Democratic Party. That is among all voters. But when you drill down into the numbers, Pamela and Wolf, the real issue is among Democratic voters themselves. They are starting to lose more and more confidence with their own party. And in fact, in that same poll, roughly roughly 61% of Democratic voters view their party favorably, compared to Republican voters is about 78% or so of Republican and Republican-leaning voters view their party favorably. And this shift has been really remarkable since January 2017 until now, double digits in approval rating for the Democratic Party. So that's going to be a big question. And then what are the tactics for Democrats to employ? In that same poll, more Democrats, roughly 3/4 or so, want them to fight to stop the Trump agenda. That was different than 2017. In fact, in 2017, about 3/4 wanted them to work with Trump, try to find bipartisan deals and the like. But the Democratic base has a different view. They don't believe their party is fighting hard enough. But the question is, they're in the minority. There's only so much they can do. But that's why it goes back to that first point. It was their first piece of leverage to fight back against Trump, to keep the government open. They needed their votes in the Senate to avoid a government shutdown by March 14th. They had essentially no strategy, no plan. They got nothing in return. And that's what is feeding a lot of this dissatisfaction within the Democratic Party among their own voters.
Yeah.
So, like, a lot of this pisses me off, but I mean, just this whole, the Democratic Party's in shambles, it really does annoy me for many reasons. But do I think, and I've said this, the House is not the problem, right? We gained seats in the House. Our majority is smaller in the House. Like, I'm not worried about what's happening with House Democrats. I've always been worried about Senate Democrats and their ability to do their jobs and to not be influenced by lobbyists. Like, I think, and again, Senate Republicans are out of their minds, like and so are House Republicans. But I mean, when you're in the Senate long enough, you stay there long enough, you're not there to protect the will of the people. You're just there. I mean, Kirsten Sinema is a great example. She started as a Democratic senator. I think she had like 200,000 to her name when we elected her in Arizona, and she left like millions and millions and millions of dollars. So it's ridiculous. But I think there's two schools of thought. And I was debating whether or not to get into this, but maybe I'll just briefly say, when people say flippantly, which this annoys me, like, oh, the Democratic Party's in disarray. No, it's not. That's like a line of moderate Democrats, right? And I'm saying this, like, I heard, and I like Seth Moulton from Massachusetts because he's one of the only people to say that Trump is an idiot. I heard him this morning on CNN. Actually, after this clip, he was talking to them, and he was saying that it's because the Democrats have become too entrenched in culture wars. And him and Gavin Newsom are some of the only people that will say that trans women shouldn't play in women's sports or something to that effect, which I think that there's nuance in all of this, right? Like, and I'm saying this as a Division I athlete, right? I was a Division I athlete. I played sports. It was my life from childhood. I know what it's like to be a woman playing sports. I resent, right, that the Republican Party, conservatives, will do nothing to actually protect women, right? That's the truth. Trump just let Andrew Tate back into this country, who terrorizes women, right? He himself has been found liable of SA in New York. It's literally one of his requirements to be in his cabinet. Like, if you have been credibly accused or covered up a man hurting a woman, hey, you're more likely to be chosen, right? I don't need, as an athlete, I don't need the conservative party to protect me. And again, I played volleyball in college, and I played sand volleyball. And I'm talking about for money. I played co-ed sand. I played mixed doubles. So I had a partner who was a male. I played fives, co-ed sand. I played indoor co-ed, like, all for money. And that's the point, is there are men I was better than at volleyball. There were men who were better than me. The time I almost had my retina detached playing volleyball, that had nothing to do with a man. It had something to do with a 6'3" woman from Africa who was playing at Stanford, who had a 47-inch vertical. I saw her waist above the net, and that's the last thing I remembered before I had to sit in a dark room for 7 days. And they were trying to decide if they could do surgery to reattach my retina. So, I mean, I don't need to be protected in sports, right? Like, I like to be the worst person on a team. I want to be challenged. So, and I play a team sport. So I'm saying that to say team sports, I think, are a little different. Now, if I'm in track and somebody, right, knowingly through actual scientific testing has an unfair advantage in sports, I think it's the job, and I want to say this very clearly, of the regulatory body of that, of whoever's overseeing that sporting division, if it's the NCAA, if it's the Olympic Committee, to decide what is fair. You make appeals. This has happened since the beginning of time. It happened all the time when I was in the NCAA. You say this person had an unfair advantage due to X, Y, and Z. Then there's hearings on that, and they decide, hey, this is what we have decided is fair. I do not think in individual sports that anybody should have an unnecessary physical advantage. Period. I don't. But it's not the job of the president of the United States to demonize a group of people and decide that. Like, I read up on sports all the time. That's what the Olympic Committee is doing. They talk to scientists and they look at different factors and they decide, here's how we group groups of athletes together and we decide what is fair. And if you ask me, that's the process that needed to play out, right? Does Trump won an election talking about, this absolute crisis that is not a crisis. I mean, we could get into the numbers of transgender athletes. It's not a crisis. But I just think it's up to regulatory bodies of sports to determine fairness. It's not up to Donald Trump to win an election spending $500 million demonizing a minority community. And what I don't like is when people talk about it online and say, or in interviews saying, hey, we need to not talk about cultural issues. There's two very different things. What is fairness in a sports league, right? What I believe is fair in NCAA sports and professional sports is different than what I think about high school athletics, where everyone just needs a chance, right? I was a varsity volleyball player as a freshman, a varsity basketball player as a freshman. I was better than a lot of men who were all of the men that were on the men's volleyball team at my school. Right? High school is about everyone just wants a chance to play. When you get into Division I athletics and beyond, that becomes something different. People are playing for records and, it's their life. So those are two different things completely. So what I don't like is hearing people start to say things like, oh, Democrats just need to give up on culture wars. What? It's impact studies that tell us that the most vulnerable community in our country is the transgender community. They are the most likely to be the victims of violence. They are the most likely to be ostracized, right? Trump won an election othering the trans community. So they do need to be protected at all costs. And like I said, now, fairness in different levels of sport is a different conversation. It's a nuanced conversation that has nothing to do with everyone in the United States has the right to self-actualize. And I have not yet heard a politician get this correct. I hear moderate Republicans like Gavin Newsom and Seth Moulton saying, stop talking about culture wars. Who's talking about culture wars? I'm just saying it's never the president's job to decide what fairness is in a sports league. That's why they have regulatory bodies. They're very capable of consulting scientists and figuring that stuff out. Let them do their work, right? I mean, so it's just thoughts I've been having, and I can get into it more, but let me show you something about that, because I think I actually do have the graph. I have the graph at the end of my presentation, because the other day, Trump was in the Oval Office making this comment like, like everything is about the trans community. That's all I hear. They're taking over, I believe is what he said, or something. They're literally taking over. Oh, I need to go to I just need to pull up my outline. I have it in the outline. And somebody was basically saying the everything is transgender starter pack, and they were pulling the number of hours by network that were spent discussing the trans community. And I find that fascinating. If Trump created a fake problem and then won on that problem, and then now continues to say that it's some sort of epidemic that does not actually exist. Oh, I'm in the wrong outline. Here we go. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Here, this is what I'm talking about. Let's see if I can why can't I get this? Yeah, here we go. Time Cable News spent covering Trump's anti-trans executive orders. And this is just, if you read, I can't, sorry, I didn't realize how big that got. This is just from from January 20th to February 19th, 2025. Right? Like, I wonder why people on Fox and Trump keep saying that this country is being taken over by the trans community. It's very interesting. It's because Trump's obsessed with them. Trump won an election talking about the trans community. And the slam dunk issue, right? I just want to be clear, is, women, we need to protect women. The Conservative Party has done nothing to protect women. We do not have rights. We do not have bodily autonomy. They're openly talking about repealing the 19th Amendment. They have canceled most research into women's health issues. So please, if the only time I ever hear conservative men say, we're protecting women, is to tell me who I should play sports against, please miss me with that BS. It is absolute hypocrisy. You do not care about women. You do not protect women. Who are women in danger from? Let me give you a clue. It's not trans women. It's you. It's men. That's who we're in danger from. You have no interest in protecting us from anything. The only time I have ever heard conservative men saying that they're protecting women was to demonize the trans community. And so that's why I won't personally, as an athlete, discuss issues of fairness in sports, because that's a separate issue that I will reserve for non-bigots. Right? Like, I'll have that conversation with actual athletes, with scientists, with people I know are not using the trans community and othering them as a means to win an election. Right? Like, the average man that you hear saying, we need to do something about the trans community, that has nothing to do with their love of women's sports. They don't even want to watch women play sports. They don't care about the gender pay gap. They don't care about Division I athletes who are essayed by their coaches. I mean, these are things that happen. There are horrible things happening to women in sports. I have never once heard conservative men correctly identify any of those issues, right? If the only time you suddenly are a warrior for women or to stop women from playing sports against trans women, miss me with the BS. Nobody cares. And that's why I never talk about that issue. I do have ideas about what's fair in sports. It's just, I'm not going to help conservatives demonize a group of people that don't deserve it. And so it makes me upset when I hear moderate Democrats being like, oh, because Democrats are going to the mat on these culture wars. It has nothing to do about that. If you want to talk about culture wars, talk about women's rights. Like, please, conservatives, don't pretend you care about women when all of your legislation is to take women's rights from them. You don't care. Thanks for the $5, Fax. Felice for president. Thank you. Maybe never. That's a terrible job. Look at the people doing it. It's literally admission that you're not that smart. It's definitely lost its luster for most of us at this point. Hold on, let me go back to my presentation. Sorry, I wasn't going to do that, but it's been bothering me. Like, the only two options are not I 100% support trans women in women's sports and give up on culture wars, right? There's a lot of nuance in between, and I'm not going to use the trans community as a wedge so conservative men can pretend to care about women. Like, that is what I will not do. But it seems to be even men, even moderate Democratic men are now like, yeah, we just need to be honest. Like, what are you talking about? The honest truth is conservative men have never cared about women. That is the honest truth. Tell that story. And then maybe I'll be more compelled to tell my actual opinions on things. And again, it just has to do with, like it always does, actual blood tests, bone density tests, hormone levels. That's how you determine fairness in sports. That's how you do it now. Every one of us has had to do those tests in the NCAA. It's not that weird. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm just deciding what to show you guys that I forgot about this. Oh, and I'll get to many of these today, but I do love reading these. So Elmo announced the $1 million he announced over 1 million Cybertruck reservations during an earnings call. He projected 250,000 units sold annually. Cancellations rose after price increases of $20K to $30K over the advertised price, resulting in only 38,965 units sold, far short of the $250,000 annual target. Elmo's companies are in free fall, and I'm here for every second of it. And even though that's great news, Elmo was still doing untold damage. Like, I have been tracking all of these stories about medical research. I mean, people's medical research are being canceled. I've seen hundreds of cases of this. This is a pretty sad one. Research into pediatric brain cancer is essentially being shut down by a brilliant research team because of Trump's actions against the NIH. And remember, for every dollar we invest in medical research, we get $2.46 back. There is no reason for us to not invest our tax dollars. I mean, for the obvious benefits of helping people, but also because there's a great ROI. This is from, her name's Rachel Sirianni. This is horrible to post, but I may as well post it. We are essentially shutting down research operations in my group, which is focused on treatments for pediatric brain cancer. I'm a well-funded investigator, and there's no choice. Science can't function without the stability of the NIH. Want to keep clarifying that my lab is not closing, and I am not leaving academia. We are stopping most of our experimental work. This is Rachel's picture, by the way. What's happening to our country is inexcusable, and much of the damage is already irreparable. We will continue with data collection for a recently funded grant that came from a private foundation. There will be no pursuit of new ideas for now. We will continue with data collection for a recently funded grant that came from a private foundation. There will be no pursuit of new ideas. I just read that. That's not my fault. The quote says it twice. But this is, I mean, this stuff is tragic. We talk about this all the time on the broadcast, how little women's health issues are actually funded. Medical research is mainly concentrated on men's erections. Rarely are women's health issues studied. This was a fellowship about uterine fibroids. If you don't know what uterine fibroids are, be glad. They're horrible. This is a horrible condition that happens in women's uteruses. That's incredibly painful, stops fertility at times. This is from a woman named Daniela Fedora, whose actual fellowship to study the biomechanics of uterine fibroids was canceled. This is a prestigious fellowship that funds the stipend for my doctoral research. I am deeply passionate about women's health and love the meaningful work I do. And what did I do to deserve this? Nothing. If the move was meant to save money, I am sorry to say that what I make is pennies. This fellowship funds only my salary and tuition, no more than $100K per year. But I do what I do because I'm deeply passionate about women's health, and what I am doing is meaningful. So this is what I'm saying. Please never, conservatives, talk to me about women in sports as if you care about us, or women in general as if you care about us. Just when you look at the concentration of where dollars for medical research, it all goes to men's research, right? Make sure men can have erections when they're 110, but no one look into uterine fibroids. Like that's my point. And I find this stuff, and there are thousands of these posts on X right now. Like, people are finding out that their research grants are gone. But I have to hear that conservatives care about women. The hypocrisy of it all is that we as scientists are expected to be unbiased and objective, and the termination of my grant was done without the same consideration. I was targeted as a student researcher at Columbia studying women's health. Danielle was Dr. Danny, who does the broadcast with me. She's a medical researcher. She was talking about this, how all Doge does is they search for trigger words like women. And if you are directing research to women, it's canceled. You can't say this is women's research, because all they're looking for are these trigger words, and you lose your funding. Meanwhile, what was Trump up to this weekend? He was cheating at golf all weekend. He said he's just won the golf club championship, probably his last. Yeah, we'll see. I don't really believe that, but Trump literally was golfing all weekend while horrific things were happening all weekend long, which we'll get into with immigration. Trump is golfing. This is now the 27th club championship Trump has allegedly won at his courses, by my count. Amen. Alleged is right. I like these videos Ron Filipkowski posted of Trump just being terrible at golf.
Oh, he shanked it. Oh my God, I got that on video.
That's so funny. Trump sucks at golf. I mean, he can drive the ball far at least. Who can't, though? I can't. This cheats openly while everyone watches. That pretty much mirrors his normal life. This is just clips of him missing putts. I love this.
Go, short.
Could happen.
Go. It didn't break that hard.
Could be.
Get in there. Get in. Oh, good speed though. Break. Oh, it didn't break. That's all right. Go in. Go. Right in the hole. Going. Broke left. Oh. Come on.
It's not that they're bad.
That's nice. Do it. Come on. Oh my God. Oh, it does just fraction. Sit down.
Nope, not much.
Story of Trump's life. So close, but can't find the hole. Oh, and I was already talking about this weather stuff. Why? Sorry, we talked about the weather. Oh my gosh. Which this is absolutely horrible. But you remember Carrie Lake? Scary Fake, as I like to call her in Arizona. She was put in charge of Voice of America. I think there was like a $300 million annual budget for the, The United States media, like, what is it? It's like Radio Free Europe or something. It's all been shut down. If you haven't heard about this, they're playing like elevator patriot music now on most of these satellite broadcast stations. Radio Free Europe. Yeah, is that what I said? If I said it wrong, I'm sorry, but I meant Radio Free Europe. Yeah, what Trump put Kerry Lake in charge of is completely, they are shutting down now. NPR reported that Voice of America was shut down over the weekend, with employees showing up to work only to find that they have been locked out of the building. On Friday night, Trump ordered that the agency be shut down, and it appears all 1,000 and plus employees are going to be fired. Trump's nominee to take over Voice of America is Kerry Lake, who signed an order canceling all contracts, including Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Asia, and Middle East broadcasting networks. It is unclear whether Lake had the legal authority to terminate these contracts. Really? I mean, did Congress fund them or not? Like, they literally just signed continued resolutions. Well, now they have these poison pills in there that they can move different money to different buckets. So I guess it depends on what was in that bill. And Michael Abramowitz, why can't I say a W and an M right next to each other? I'm deeply saddened that for the first time in 83 years, the storied Voice of America is being silenced. VOA needs thoughtful reform, and we have made progress in that regard, but today's action will leave Voice of America unable to carry out its vital mission. He was one of 1,300 employees who were informed they are on administrative leave pending dissolution of the agency. I want to find this one quote. Don Bacon, that's a representative from Nebraska, said, Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty play important roles in getting America's story to the rest of the world. We stand for freedom. Well, we used to, Don. Why don't you vote against Trump and prove you have a spine? Free markets and rule of law. We want to promote our values. This is the one. So VOA correspondent Katerina Lusanova basically said VOA has made a significant impact on the world since World War II and continued to do so until this Saturday. During the Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986, many Ukrainians first learned about it through VOA radio broadcasts from the U.S. The Russian Soviet government, I wonder who wanted this to happen, never informed its people that they were slowly dying from radiation exposure. It was Voice of America who told these people that the Chernobyl disaster had happened, that a nuclear reactor had overheated, was melting down, and radiation was leaking into the atmosphere. But even more recently, I've been receiving messages from Ukrainians living under Russian occupation in Luhansk and Donetsk, in the Donetsk regions. They reached out to me to tell me they were watching every Voice of America show. For them, it was a glimpse of freedom and hope for future liberation. To do so, they have to use fake names on social media and remain as discreet as possible, because if the Russians found out they were listening to Voice of America, these people under occupation could pay with their lives, which I thought this was a great point. Exactly what Putin and autocrats around the world want. And their best friend in America is now president. This is just another way to cut people off under Putin's rule from access to information. Great job, Trump. Is there anything you won't do for Putin? I doubt there is. Yes, not unlike exactly what Hitler did. It's facts. I've talked to you guys about Judd Legume. He's one of my favorite Legume and one of my favorite independent journalists. I showed you, and I'll show you again in a second, the musk.dogewatch.com, the tool he made to fact check Elmo's lies. I need to update my live goal. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it so much. Sorry, I'm just focused on reading today. Yep, give me 1 second to update this. Okay. Perfect. And this is fascinating. So this is a thread Judd made off of an article that he wrote. Because a lot of people that work inside the federal government are sending independent journalists whistleblower information. And he had access to a document that was sent to him from someone inside the Social Security Administration. And this stuff is super disturbing. An internal Social Security Administration memo dated March 13th lays out a plan to sabotage the agency, which is exactly what I was talking about last Friday and what Bernie Sanders is saying. They want to break down the agency, make it so it does not work, so people will be like, what should we do? And then he can say privatize it. The memo itself predicts service disruption, operational strain, and budget shortfalls will result. But I want to show you, if you want, I suggest everyone follow him on Substack. This is the article. Memo details Trump plan to sabotage the Social Security Administration. I got all the relevant parts for us, but I'm just saying Judd is amazing. And he also has that tool that allows us to track Elmo's lies about the Doge website. So this memo that a whistleblower sent him basically details proposed changes to the claims process that would debilitate the agency, cause significant processing delays, and prevent many Americans from applying or receiving benefits. The memo, authorized by the acting deputy of the Social Security Administration, Commissioner Doris Diaz, purports to be motivated by a desire to mitigate fraud risks. So they have to always have an excuse. Oh, we think dead people are. That's why now you see why it makes sense. Even though immediately Trump was fact checked and they're like, no, it's a pneumatic system. We needed $9 million to update and we didn't. There aren't dead people receiving Social Security. But now you see why he was laying the groundwork to convince people there was fraud, because that's the basis. When he breaks the Social Security Administration, that's the argument he's going to make in courts and to the American people. Oh, none of you can access your benefits because I'm protecting you from fraud. That's literally the argument that is going to be made. Elmo has published several false claims about the nature and scope of Social Security fraud. In a recent interview, Musk suggested that 10% of federal expenditures were related to Social Security fraud. This is false. Social Security fraud does exist, and we went over the report, right? It's less than 1% of total Social Security benefits paid and 0.1% of the federal budget. Most improper payments are not caught fraud, but the result of beneficiaries or the SSA failing to update records, which we all know. The biggest change contemplated by Diaz's memo is to require internet identity proofing for benefit claims made over the phone. When an SSA customer is unable to utilize the internet ID proofing, customers will be required to visit a field office to provide in-person identity documentation. Which means they're closing the field offices, by the way, if you guys remember. So there will be no office for you to go to. Currently, customers can make claims and verify their identity without using the internet or visiting an SSA office. Fraud is extremely rare because there are safeguards in place. After initiating a call, customers must provide their Social Security number, date of birth, parents' names, mother's maiden name, and date of birth. After the initial tele-application is completed, the information provided is checked against tax returns, pay stubs, bank statements. And because the SSA serves a large population that is either older or physically disabled, many cannot access the internet. My parents are a perfect example of this. My parents don't even have smartphones. There's no way they can get through this approval process. Under the new system, this would force these populations to visit an office to have their claim processed. The Diaz memo estimates it would require 75 to 85,000 in-person visitors per week. Per week. Have you guys ever been to a Social Security Administration office? It's a 10-hour wait before Trump was in office. I have literally waited in an SSA office for 8 hours with my mother before. SSA offices do not currently have those resources to handle an influx of in-person appointments of the size. As a matter of fact, they're closing the satellite offices. It's the opposite. That's the point, though, to make it so everyone's like, this system is so broken, we need to do something. That's literally what he's doing. The memo anticipates a huge surge in demand for in-person appointments as the SSA slashes staff and closes offices. Leland Dudek, the acting SSA commissioner, announced that he will terminate 7,000 workers, about 12% of the workforce. Meanwhile, dozens of SSA offices are being shuttered. The satellite offices are closing. So you can't verify your identity on the phone through the online process. They say go into an office that doesn't exist. What a great idea. What could go wrong there? You might want to check out the whistleblowers at SSA. This is from an internal memo that was released that a whistleblower sent to an independent journalist. That's where this comes from. It's an internal memo that was sent out to the entire SSA. No significant concerns about fraud at intake. They don't even have concerns. Like an SSA source told Popular Information, they don't actually have significant concerns about fraud at intake because no benefits are being distributed. And there are already multiple layers of identity verification in place before a claim is approved, which if you've ever done anything involving the Social Security Administration, you know that. The source said they believe the new ID verification steps are an effort to create additional hurdles to filing claims and overwhelm the system, so it will break. And the memo acknowledges that it would increase challenges for vulnerable populations. When I say that Project 2025 is to socially engineer vulnerable populations out of existence, I absolutely mean that. This seems to concede that many elderly and disabled people are physically unable to travel to an in-person office. It is unclear how these populations will be able to receive benefits at all. The combination of fewer workers, fewer offices, and a massive increase in the demand for in-person services could sabotage the Social Security system, effectively denying many Americans the benefits that are due. I mean, truly, that is the goal. To keep tapping the screen, we should be at 300K in 12 minutes. Sorry, I know I've been reading a lot today, but I feel like I need to make sure we get through this all. And again, I just want to remind you guys, because I'm going to keep reminding you, this is the tool that Judge Judd Legume, the independent journalist, made. It's doge.muskwatch.com, and it tracks in real time the claimed fraud that they found, the itemized cuts, and the actual verifiable cancelable funding. This is a great tool to fact check all of the lies. Like if you hear someone claiming Doge found 105 billion in savings, that is a lie. There's an actual tool that, as Elmo updates this site of lies, is going to audit it in real time. It's, again, here, you can see it at the very, oh no, sorry. You can see it here at the very top. Let me make it bigger. I'll keep showing you guys this. It's dogemuskwatch.com. Yeah, you can see it right here. doge.muskwatch.com. Definitely check it out. It's a free tool right now. Eventually, it might become a paid tool, but right now it's free. Definitely check it out and you can search by your state, by government contracts. Like, it's super cool. So, like, if you want information about all Doge's lies, Definitely 10 of 10 recommend. And this is the journalist I was talking about. If you want to follow him anywhere, I mean, I follow him on X. I know not anyone wants to be on there, but this is who it is that made that tool and also wrote that article. He's a pretty amazing journalist. If anyone's interested in following him, he's great. Thank you, Kat. That is so nice. You're so smart too. And I'll keep reminding you of that. But so I was going through that article. There's so many different articles and other testimonials to read about Trump tearing apart the Social Security Administration. And then yesterday, I see Mike Johnson saying this stuff on Fox.
Now we have President Trump back. He has a great team in place. He has willing partners in the House and Senate, unified government. The adults are back in the room, okay? And we are going to turn this economy around. We need a little runway to do it. I keep using this metaphor of a aircraft carrier. You know, it took decades to get into the mess that we're in. You don't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime, but you need miles of open ocean to do it. But we have begun that turn.
Okay, so that was an analogy that Democrats used because conservatives are not smart or liars, right? I like to make sure I give that caveat. And in most cases, it's a combination of both. And they would lie and they would say that, well, Biden's in office now. This is all his fault. When in fact, Trump had ran the economy into the ground. So we would talk about that. And now I find it hilarious that the same analogy that the Democratic Party was using them to try to explain to not smart people how the economy works, now they're trying to use it. But again, that would mean that we handed them a crap economy, right? When Biden, I just want to give you an idea of why this analogy is a lie. When Biden was handed Trump's economy because of COVID and Trump's overspending, even pre-COVID, and failure to collect tariff revenue and huge tax cuts, the economy was in shambles. There was a pandemic going on. Everything was bad, right? If you don't know, Biden handed Trump an economy. I believe the title of The Economist was The Envy of the Free World. That's the economy that Trump had. Trump has driven a good economy into the ground. That is not this. You can't use this analogy, but they are on Fox. They're like, this is Biden's fault. Biden handed us a garbage economy. If you tell that story, if you go online and think you're debating and say, well, Biden handed off a terrible economy, that just means that you are not smart. That's an admission of, I have no idea what I'm talking about. And when people lie to me, I'm not smart enough to fact check them. So my advice to anyone is to not parrot these lies. They're not true.
Well, here's what we tried to do. We wanted to pass a resolution that would effectively freeze spending so that the administration can continue its incredible work through DOGE and through the other efforts of the administration to go in and root out the fraud, waste, and abuse that we've been trying to target in Congress for decades. But we haven't been able to get to it because we didn't have the algorithms that Elon has. We didn't have the access to all the data and the funding. And so now the game has changed. So we need.
Again, another pathological lie. Should we go over again? Oh, the algorithms Elmo has access to that have been proven by multiple sources. Both the Washington Post and the New York Times have sent forensic auditors and accountants, looked at the DOGE site, proved that it was full of errors, and then presented and said, can you dispute this to the White House? They said no. And instead of taking the stuff down, in many cases, reposted it. Elmo has access to information, not real info, and continues to lie. This is a joke. And again, we're not saving any money. It's not like they're like, hey, everyone's going to sacrifice. We're going to we're going to dissolve the federal government and we're going to pay down our debt. That's not what's happening. Corporations and rich people are getting tax cuts, and they're taking away health care from the most vulnerable people in this country in order to try to do that. We're not saving any money. We're not paying down our debt. Stop lying to yourselves. I'm so tired of the lies. Like, Mike Johnson. Like, I don't know how these people can look at themselves in the mirror in the morning. You have to literally be. I mean, I think you must just get used to the lies. Oh, I love this. I just put this in here because I thought it was funny. And it's true. If you've ever heard, and wait, I'll show you. This is, I think, so the Jess Piper, that's whose video this is. And then why are there two? I think someone reposted it. Like, so like if it's confusing, I think it's the Jess name. That's who's speaking in the video. And then someone reposted the TikTok video, and then someone posted it on X. So just to be clear, yeah, exactly. It's Jess who's speaking. So just disregard the _ rocking chair one thing. But this is funny.
Well, I used to be a school teacher and I loved that, but I just felt burdened for so many people, and I felt the calling to go back to school to become a Christian counselor.
That is Kelly Johnson. She is married to our new Christian nationalist Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I heard that voice and I was like, I know who she is, and y'all do too.
Well, I would think that I would encourage my girls, if they struggled with an eating disorder, to just be open and honest.
Yep. Michelle Duggar, you heard it too, right? I was born and raised an evangelical, a fundamentalist. That is called the Fundy baby voice. It means you're submissive. It means you're a good woman. It means you're kind and you support your husband. And the better you are at the baby voice, the better woman you are. And of course, Mike Johnson's wife uses the Fundy baby voice. And I'm absolutely positive the new Speaker of the House would like all of us women to use our Fundy baby voices.
Keep sweet, as they say in fundamentalist Warren Jeffs, discussing abuser of children and women. That's what they say. Keep sweet. Don't raise your voice. Keep sweet. That's what she's talking about. Mike Johnson's wife is a Christian nationalist trad wife. I think that's a great comparison. And I love this. So Andy Bashir, who may or may not be a candidate, he probably, I'd imagine, would be in the presidential primary in 2028. If you don't know, he is the governor of Kentucky. Like he's a blue dot in a red state. This is his second term as governor in Kentucky. He was previously the attorney general in Kentucky. And I saw this clip of him and I loved it. I think he is doing an amazing job. I know. I love Andy. I'm a huge Andy Bashir fan.
I think what happened in Congress and certainly the discussion around Leader Schumer is a loss of the messaging war by the time we were to that point. What we were talking about was whether Democrats were going to vote to keep the federal government open or not, but that's not what it was. We should have been talking about how the Republicans were holding the country hostage. They were demanding more authority for Elon Musk to lay off thousands of people and then claim it's because of poor performance, which is a lie, and threatening to shut down the federal government if they didn't get their way. We've got to make sure that we are out there proactively talking about the truth, talking about what's happening, and talking about what we're for instead of just who we're against. We're for a well-functioning government. There are things that need to be fixed inside that government. But the other party should never hold the operations of government hostage to give more power to a president who's running all over Congress and Republican congressmen and women being unable or unwilling to do their job, to follow their oath. And remember, most of them had their hand on a Bible when they took the oath to uphold the Constitution, and they're not doing it.
I think that's a great point. I mean, I don't care about the Bible thing, but I mean the point that it's a messaging issue, right? And if Chuck Schumer wasn't if he was capable of leading Senate Democrats. I think this is a good example, like what Andy Bashir is saying. Then he would have started months ago if he was intact mentally and was a great tactician and changed the conversation. If it was going to end up, which I'm not saying there's a reason, not that I can think of, for him to go along with Trump, but let's say he had some secret reason that was somehow valid and for some reason couldn't tell anyone. Why didn't you have this conversation for 2 months? Why weren't you saying the government is being held hostage by the Republican Party, by Donald Trump? Laws are being disregarded. The Constitution is being disregarded. Where was that conversation? It just a week before the government shutdown, or like 3 days, he said, oh, we're all in lockstep. All Senate Democrats are going to vote together, even though actively Republicans already knew and were reporting. I gave the example of Steve Bannon. I was listening to his show, not last week, but like the week before, and he already knew the list of Democrats that were voting with Republicans. Like, Chuck Schumer's delusional and doesn't even care to correctly message this in any way, right? Like, don't talk about Democrats shutting the government down. Trump has shut the government down. The government was funded right before Congress left for Christmas vacation, and Trump has said, I do not care what the legislative branch says. I don't care about who each district elected to the House. I don't care about who every state sent 2 people to be senators. I do not care what these people say. I'm going to impound all of the money and do whatever I want. That's the story. That was the government shutdown. It happened when Trump got in office. The government has been shut down. It has been ground to a halt. That's the real story. Why are we not telling that story? I do not know. But I think Andy hit it on the head. Oh my gosh, this really upsets me. So, by the way, this is a Washington Post exclusive. And I think if you ever want to know what's going on with Putin, this tells the whole story. Document prepared for Kremlin outlines hardline negotiating stance. Like, everything Trump tells his sycophantic cult, like, oh yeah, Putin's going to listen to me, I'm going to end the war. It's all fake. All of it is a lie. Russia should work to weaken the U.S. negotiating position on Ukraine by stoking tensions between the Trump administration and other countries while pushing ahead with Moscow's efforts to dismantle the Ukrainian state, according to a document prepared for the Kremlin. And this was like prepared by a think tank similar to the Heritage. What the Heritage Foundation is to Donald Trump, similar. A think tank prepared this document for Putin. The document, written in February by an influential Moscow-based think tank close to Russia's Federal Security Service, lays out Russia's maximalist demands for any end to conflict in Ukraine. If you think Trump saying that there's going to be an end to this, it's delusional. It dismisses Donald Trump's preliminary plans for a peace deal within 100 days as impossible to realize. Well, that's not what Delulu Trump says, and says that a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis cannot happen before 2026. Now, what year is it? Now, day one of Trump's presidency, 2025. Is that in 2026? No, it's mother effing not. This document also rejects any plan to dispatch peacekeepers to Ukraine, as some in Europe have proposed, and insists on recognition of Russia's sovereignty over Ukrainian territories it has seized. It also calls for a further carve-up through the creation of a buffer zone in Ukraine's northeast on the border with Russian regions. Oh my God. And as well as a demilitarized zone in southern Ukraine near Crimea, which Russia illegally annexed in 2014. The latter would affect the Odessa region. In addition, The document discusses the need for the complete dismantling of the current Ukrainian government. And Trump is pretending there's a negotiation going on. Trump works for Putin. He is a puppet of Putin. This is a joke. I know. I'm in a bad mood. I know. I'm doing some real teaching today. This is happening. I read a lot this weekend. I've been doing a lot of reading. The document, which was obtained by a European intelligence service and reviewed by the Washington Post. So this was an intercepted document by a European intelligence service. Then it was given to the Washington Post. Highlights the challenges still facing Trump in reaching any agreement with Russia. Remember last week how Trump was pretending that there was going to be a ceasefire, and everyone's like, why is Trump pretending there's going to be a ceasefire when Russian state media is laughing at him? Yeah, this would be why. In reaching any agreement with Russia for a peace deal. Now that Kyiv has endorsed Washington's proposal for a 30-day ceasefire, appearing to bridge a divide between the two countries. While Russia has yet to signal that it would sign for any ceasefire, analysts warned that Moscow still has a multitude of ways it could drag out agreeing to even a temporary pause in hostilities. The road to any long-term peace agreement remains treacherous, they said, which is what they're saying in Russian state media as well. But yeah, this is just us playing possum, like we're not going to do anything. This is literally what they're saying themselves and laughing at Trump. Russia is not interested in any early resolution of the Ukraine crisis, said Thomas Graham, a senior director for Russia at the National Security Council under George W. Bush, and now a fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. They consistently talk about the root causes, which, as you know, are about the domestic politics in Ukraine, and even more important than that, the European security architecture, which would be the role of NATO, and a simple ceasefire, which doesn't take into account, is of no interest to Russia. And Trump doesn't appear. Oh, wait, I skipped around. The document was prepared by, I already said that. There's just one more part of this I want to say. Oh, this is the part. The FSB linked document, right? FSB. Get it now? Linked document lays out ways in which Russia could boost its negotiating position by exacerbating tensions between the United States and both China and the European Union. Do you understand what this is saying? This is a think tank like the Heritage Foundation planning for Russia to get someone or something somehow to cause America to have division with the European Union and China. Now, who's dividing America and causing problems between America and China, America and the European Union? Who's doing that for Putin? This is the plan. They got a hold of a document laying out this plan. Yeah, Krasnov. It's the right answer. Also known as Trump. Right? I mean, that's what this document is saying is, don't worry, we have a plan. We're going to divide America and the European Union. Now, who could help them do that? I don't know. And by proposing, listen to this. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't read the whole sentence. So, the FSB linked document lays out ways in which Russia could boost its negotiating position by exacerbating tensions between the United States and both China and the European Union, and by proposing U.S. access to Russian minerals, including in territories it occupies in Ukraine. Among them is the eastern region of Donbass, where the document says there are reserves of rare earth minerals. This document is saying, go bribe some crazy guy in charge of America and promise him some rare earth minerals. Everything this document lays out, the strategy of Russia to drag this war out, to cripple the European Union, to paralyze America from acting against them, is exactly what is already happening. Donald Trump is the best Russian soldier, in my opinion. Truly. Everything this document that they access says, that's what's going on. In an interview on February 24th, Russian President Vladimir Putin said much the same when he suggested that Moscow could invite U.S. companies to develop Russian mineral deposits, including in the occupied territories in Ukraine. So I just want to make sure everyone's grasping that. Putin, who invaded another country, is trying to sell off the minerals in a country that he does not own to Trump and other U.S. companies. Does that sound familiar? Like something that's been happening? This was already outlined. This is the Russian strategy. European intelligence service accessed this document, and the Washington Post is reporting on it. Like, if you ever wondered if Trump came up with this on his own, no. His masters in Russia just told him what to say. He's not smart enough to come up with anything on his own, in my humble opinion. In my opinion, someone who can read and do math. That appeared to be an effort to undermine a proposed accord on mineral resources development between Ukraine and the United States. So instead of, when that deal didn't happen, which was ridiculous anyways, between Zelensky and the United States, now Putin's like, okay, we'll just say we're already occupying these territories. We'll sell you mineral rights we have no right to sell you. Basically saying either way, you'll get access to the minerals. Stop talking to Zelensky. Because part of what this document says is we want to get rid of everyone in the Ukrainian government. Should we be surprised? Absolutely not. The document says Russia's efforts should be first focused on normalizing relationships between Washington and Moscow through the restoration of full diplomatic staffing levels at both countries' embassies and the appointment of Alexander Jarchev as Russia's ambassador to the United States. Is this seeming familiar? This is all Trump's been doing. Is stopping any investigations into Russia, seizing Russian oligarchs' assets, Operation Klepto Capture, stopping our counter operations to stop Russia from spreading misinformation and disinformation in America. All of this. Yeah, this is real life, people. The document proposes that Russia agreed to not station its Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Belarus on the border with the European Union, while in return, the United States would agree not to place new missile systems on the continent. It suggests, too, that Russia stop weapons supplies to countries considered unfriendly to the United States, while in return, the United States would stop arming Ukraine. But it adds that ending Russian arms supplies to Moscow's allies would be difficult to realize. Yeah, just lie about it. Don't ever do it. This is in case anyone, I'll just go back to the title and then we can, I think you guys get the gist. But again, this is a Washington Post exclusive called Document Prepared for Kremlin Outlines Hardline Negotiating Stance, which I'm just saying this seems to mirror exactly what has happened. I don't know. It seems very familiar. It's like, oh, that's just something a think tank made. Well, why has most of it been reality? I don't know. Just person who can read asking questions. Trump is Russia's best soldier. 100%, quite literally. The best soldier they have. Wait, I'm going to make sure I don't. Oh, man. Sorry. TikTok Studio closed my presentation. I just need to reopen it. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Are we at 300K? We should be at, we should have been at 300K 15 minutes ago. We can do it. I have all the faith in the world in your fingers. Sounds disgusting. Thank you guys so much for all your support. I could not imagine. Wait, sorry. Oh my gosh, this better not close again. I just found my spot. Come on, open. Sorry, just before I. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Got confused. I'm okay now. This was Mike Waltz. It's Mike, right? Yes. This is Mike Waltz yesterday. Because, I mean, that's a good question. So this Washington Post exclusive comes out. It's becoming more and more obvious that Trump is just a tool, figuratively and literally, of Putin. And they're trying to ask him yesterday, ask Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, about it. Oh, I need to unmute. Hold on. This is. Whoa, TikTok. I just like to say this is not my fault. Oh man, maybe something worse is. For a second, I thought my screen went black. Let's just try. Third time is always usually the charm with TikTok. Don't close. There we go. It's working. So again, they're asking him hey, Trump seems to be a tool of Putin.
A European intelligence service uncovered a document that was prepared for the Kremlin the same week the president's team met with the Russians in Saudi Arabia. According to the Washington Post, it details much of what we've already seen play out, basically telling Russia how to stall while it continues to dismantle the Ukrainian state. It, quote, lays out ways in which Russia could boost its negotiating position by exacerbating tensions between the U.S. and both China and the European Union, by proposing U.S. access to Russian minerals, including territories it occupies in Ukraine. It also goes into how Putin should reject peacekeepers, propose demilitarized zones along the border. How do you know President Trump isn't being played right now by Putin?
Well, look, that's almost laughable. I'll take President Trump in dealing with the
laughable because it's so true. If you want to laugh so you don't cry, that's what I do every day. Quite literally. This is detailed out. Hey, create problems between the U.S. and China. Trump goes and starts fights with tariffs. Create problems between the U.S. and the European Union. Trump goes and starts fights with the European Union. Is it all making sense now that this was all in a document prior to any of that happening? He said it's almost laughable. I can't, Trump's not a genius. He didn't come up with this, just a document appears that detailed this whole plan and most of it seemed to have happened. I'm not saying all of it, but the vast majority has already happened. That's Putin's plan, written by his think tank, to delay so he can eviscerate Ukraine. And Trump is just apparently his somewhat Ariel said. So Trump has been in a war. See, that's fair. Trump is in a military. We were wrong, you guys. He's just not ever the American military. Trump is the best soldier. Trump is Putin's best soldier. That's what we weren't calculating. His bone spur is healed. He's the best soldier in the Russian army. Scott, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. You are amazing, and I love your name. I love the Dutch. Said, I'm serious. I don't mean that as a joke. That was not even meant to be. Who said that? Austin Powers. There are two groups of people I cannot stand. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. But I mean it. I love Dutch names. Do you know the Dutch are the tallest country aren't they? On average? I'm 5'10", so I do look into where tall people are. I can tell you they're not in the Andes Mountains where I lived recently. Greg Sargent for the New Republic was quoted as saying, Trump's State Department quietly terminated a contract. Oh my God, I forgot about this. This is even as if it could get worse from what I just told you. It actually does. Trump's State Department quietly terminated a contract that was in the process of transferring evidence of Russian abductions of Ukrainian kids to European law enforcement. This contract is highly sensitive. The Yale lab tracking these kids is doing highly sophisticated work. They released an explosive report about 314 kids kidnapped in December. The transfer of underlying evidence to Europol, which by the way is like Interpol, but for the European Union. So it's an intelligence service. And before they could transfer this information to the European Union, to their security services, Trump has interrupted them and canceled our involvement. This is real life. Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, she's amazing. Said the Trump administration just terminated a contract with a university research team working to find Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia. We need to stand with the Ukrainian people and hold the Russian government accountable. Trump will do anything, Krasnov will do anything he can in support of Putin. But don't worry, conservatives care about women and children, you guys. It's fine. They do. They care. Obviously, they care about women and children. And this is tomorrow. So tomorrow, Trump has a publicly on the books call with Putin, where, who knows which part of this ridiculous plan will be put into play then. But he announced the call on Sunday and said there would be concessions over land and power plants. Power plants like nuclear power, you're giving them Chernobyl. Trump said there will be concession. He's going to give them the Donbass, basically. This is the biggest joke ever. If you want to read up on that disgusting thing I was just reading to you, this is a New York Times article. It's in today's outline. It's called U.S. to Withdraw from Group Investigating Responsibility for Ukraine Invasion. The decision is the latest indication of Trump's administration's move away from holding President Vladimir Putin of Russia accountable for crimes committed against Ukrainians. What Klobuchar was talking about and Greg Sargent, this is what they're talking about. The Justice Department has informed you, and I don't like the language of the New York Times. They make it seem like this is just no big deal. Has informed European officials that the United States is withdrawing from a multinational group created to investigate leaders responsible for the invasion of Ukraine and missing kids and things of that nature. This was something started by Biden that we are no longer going to be a part of. We're also reducing work done by department's War Crimes Accountability Team that Merrick Garland had established and staffed. Anything to cover up Trump's lies. This is an account I follow on Ukrainian Frontline. I will say this. This did happen, though. Russia's largest refinery was just hit. 50% of Moscow's fuel supply is at risk after a drone struck the country's largest refinery, which Putin is kind of denying. I did find an article to substantiate this was true and that this video is something that actually happened. So I'm not just going off an X account, but this is a very reputable X account.
Сейчас как будто больше стало, блядь.
I know. That's why I'm showing you this, bros. I thought you guys needed a win. there is some justice in this world. And because I was just like, I never take the word of any video on X without like finding confirmation. And I know it's true because Russia's like, oh, nothing happened. And yeah, they hit a Russian refinery supplying 50% of Moscow's fuel, which is why I think Trump is like, oh, we're doing a call on Tuesday. Do you know what I'm saying? They decimated Russia's one of Russia's refineries, and now all of a sudden Trump's like, oh, there's going to be land concessions and access to energy. Maybe this is why. I don't know. This was literally this morning at early. The strike is part of an ongoing campaign by Ukraine to attack facilities on Russian soil that are involved in ensuring armed aggression against Ukraine. I mean, yeah, obvi. And if I told you guys about this when we were watching the stupid vote in the Senate on Friday not go our way, but this Putin, may as well just call him that, Trump. Well, I have more respect for the other guy. Trump was at the DOJ giving this wacko speech where he's just yelling crazy shit. And here it's so funny because here's what he was saying about his Lord and Savior Vladimir.
President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you but if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship and we had a professional relationship and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. President Putin.
What the actual... Like, are you kidding? So that's why I wanted to take you on that long journey, show the Washington Post exclusive of a literal Russian think tank. Everything Trump has said was planned out in advance. Everything Trump has done, fighting with China, fighting with the European Union, this is all planned out by a Russian think tank. And now he's like, this man is the most embarrassing person on earth, in my opinion. Yeah, and this is what he said at this same crazy speech at the DOJ on Friday about Ukraine.
Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed.
Please stop. You could look up the casualty totals. I think you might be describing Russia. But also, just notice, stop talking about Biden. Stop. Your president, but you are in control of nothing. He's a puppet who works for Putin, who's still blaming someone that is no longer even running our country and is probably somewhere on vacation. For what? Why don't we ever blame the people that do anything? This is an ongoing theme with authoritarians, right? Like Trump. I don't take responsibility for my own crimes, right? I blame the people that brought me to justice. Hey, how dare Ukraine be invaded? What? How dare a country exist and then be attacked by another country? And somehow you blame every single person but the aggressor in every situation. It's everybody but the actual aggressor. Trump commits crimes. I blame the judge. I blame the lawyers. I blame the people that arrested me. And so I blame the FBI that searched my house. I blame everyone but myself for committing a crime. Oh, Putin invaded a country. I blame everybody but the person that did the thing that was wrong. Why? What is it about narcissists and accountability? It's almost like we're all idiots. And I thought, just to lighten the mood, like, I thought this was funny because this was posted by a supporter from Ukraine of, again, Trump's Hollywood star. How many times now has Trump's Hollywood star been hacked to pieces? It's been quite a few.
President Donald Trump's Hollywood Walk of Fame star was destroyed overnight, seemingly with a pickaxe that was left at the scene, a witness told KCBS.
I just seen a guy going to town on, I guess, the ground or whatever. I didn't know what was going on. So I turned, and here we are with police everywhere.
Cleanup crews swept up the rubble with brooms as police investigated. It's not the first time the star has been defaced since Trump announced he was running for president. His statements on immigration, women, and other issues have brought curiosity seekers and vandals to this spot on Hollywood Boulevard. It was even attacked with a jackhammer in 2016.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly welcome to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Donald Trump. There you are, Donald.
The star was installed with fanfare in 2007. Trump's wife Melania was there, holding their son Barron, as was Donald Trump Jr. It would seem that Trump's...
No one cares. But I do think it's funny that, again, that star was destroyed over and over and over. That thing just gets hacked to pieces. I don't feel like it. I never feel like it. I record these clips. I recorded like 8 more clips of Trump saying all these crazy things at the DOJ, but I don't know if I have it in me to go through the clips. I mean, it's just him calling Mark Elias like, oh, wait, I do want to show that. Let me just go to that clip because I do think I want to make the point about that. And just saying the press is corrupt, all the usual things. I mean, for being at the DOJ, I don't even think I know I have the clip somewhere. Pam Bondi holding up like what she said was a fake bag of yayo. Like she's like waving her. I don't even know what's going on. These people are out of their minds. But that was, if you haven't seen that DOJ speech, even for Trump, that was one of, the most disturbing things I've ever seen. I want to show this article or this part about Mark Elias, though, because I think it's important for, the onset of fascism and all of that. Trump name checks Mark Elias and says he tried to turn America into a communist nation. I love Aaron Rupar because he's like, big if true. It's like, no, it's not true. Tap the screen. Let's get to 300K. Oh, not again.
United States, with the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people. Really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt communist and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked.
The wicked? The opposite of innocent is not wicked, you literal dum-dum. Like, ugh. But this is what I want to show you. So, I mean, and this is something I reported on a little bit last week, but Trump ramps up attacks on law firms. This is a New York Times article with order targeting specifically Perkins Coie. And Perkins Coie is a huge law firm on the West Coast. I mean, they're all over the country. But anyways, Perkins Coie, little known fact, is where my brother used to work. also where Mark Elias started, right? Like Mark Elias in the 2016 election, when he still worked for Perkins Coie, which is a huge law firm, was going after Trump. It was Mark Elias, when he was working at Perkins Coie, was basically, they're the reason that the Trump campaign and their illegal connections to Russia were investigated and prosecuted. You know what Trump calls Russia, 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 but what anyone can read knows were proven illegal connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. Like, I don't know, Paul Manafort, maybe look up how many people were prosecuted and pled guilty. It was Perkins Coie, and that's why Mark Elias split off from Perkins Coie and created his own. Thank you for the bow. And created his own law firm, which is now like the Mark Elias law firm that works for the DNC. So that's why I have so many people who bought all these subscriptions. Thank you so, so much. And Rhiannon, I saw you subscribed, and now I'm remembering I forgot one earlier. Someone subscribed earlier. Did I? Oh, I need to think someone else. Who bought the subscriptions? Will someone tell me Carol. Carol subscribed earlier and I forgot until right now. When I saw the other ones, I just remembered. Thank you, Carol. Thank you for Rhiannon for subscribing. And then who bought the subscriptions? Was that Rhiannon? Rhiannon, thank you so much. That is so kind. You're amazing. That is like, I'm trying to get back. I used to have, I don't even know, like 650 subscribers, and then I went down to 0. So you don't know how cool that is. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get back to 450 subscriptions today. Thank you. Was that Mesa Rainey? I love that name. That's super cool name, by the way. But yeah, so that's, if you're wondering, like, who's Perkins Coie? Why is Trump targeting and terrorizing law firms? That's why, because Mark Elias worked there. A lot of great lawyers go to Perkins Coie. It's a very successful place where some of the best lawyers come out of. And then was working there when he basically started the investigation, what Trump calls Russia, 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 but was a basically very successful investigation into legal ties between the Trump campaign and Russia. And then Mark Elias split off and created his own law firm, which now does all like the voting suppression, gerrymandering cases. And I've suggested follow Mark Elias. Democracy Docket is where to follow him. It's an amazing account. You can also subscribe. He has like AGs on. They do lives. It's super cool. Democracy Docket. He's on like Blue Sky too. You don't have to go on X to see it. The president's animosity towards Perkins Coie dates back 8 years to when two lawyers at the firm, Mark Elias and Michael Sussman, played roles in what eventually became an FBI investigation to determine if anyone on the 2016 Trump presidential campaign conspired with Russian agents to influence the outcome of that election. Both lawyers left that firm years ago, but Trump never forgets a grudge, I think is the point. This is, if you want to follow, I just remembered because I was like, this isn't Democracy Docket. You can see at Democracy Docket in his bio, but now I just remembered why I was showing you this. I'll show you in a second. So when Trump mentioned Mark Elias in that insane speech last Friday, you know, which is fascinating because Trump has hated Mark Elias for years. So you could tell there's I guess what I'm trying to say is never underestimate the stupidity of MAGA. Like, it's like you all knew who Mark Elias, or I thought you knew who he was in 2022 when Trump was relentlessly going on rant. Trump would be in his first Trump rallies just being like, Mark Elias, we have to get rid of this guy. Like, he hated him for years. And apparently still there's always some dumb MAGA that don't remember any of these things. Maybe I just have the memory of an elephant. But look at this. So this is an example of someone on X being like, Democratic lawyer Mark Elias has scrubbed his entire X account except one post. Which this is whatever. There's thousands of MAGA who think they have done an investigation and found that Mark Elias scrubbed his X account because he was hiding his guilt of something. Yeah, he did that years ago when Elmo took over X and it became clear, and Mark stuck it out for a little while, but when it became clear Elmo was not, leaving and was going to be like the worst of the worst, Mark Elias left X. It's almost probably 2 years now. Mark Elias scrubbed his X account 2 years ago in protest of Elmo. But I love watching MAGA being like, Trump made Mark Elias scrub his X account. We discovered something. No, you guys discovered that you guys are idiots. So that's why I took this screenshot. Popping back, because he has not posted. He scrubbed his X account except for one post and not this post. I took this screenshot this morning, but a day ago he goes, popping back just to correct misinformation that I deleted my Twitter account in the last few days. In December 2024, I announced that I was leaving Twitter and deleted my history. You can read about it here, which he does. I mean, he wrote about it extensively. But that's the thing about writing. If you write about something, then the people would have to read it. And we all know MAGA can't do that. So they're incapable of knowing why someone would do something. They're just like, Mark Elias admitted guilt by deleting his X account well over a year ago. Like, don't explain to these people anything. They can't do it. I love how they all think they're investigative journalists. And anyway, so on Friday, this is Mark Elias. You probably recognize him now. But this is after Trump was talking S about him. This is, well, he was talking for a lot longer, but this is a clip of what he was saying.
No. Here is the President of the United States on a visit to the Department of Justice, giving a speech in which he is attacking private lawyers by name, calling them all kinds of crazy things, radical. I think he says that I'm somehow leading to communism. By the way, a guy who pals around with Vladimir Putin probably shouldn't be accusing other people of enabling communism. But it is a shameful episode in our history that a president does this. And yet, where will the outrage be? You're outraged. I'm outraged. Democrats will be outraged. But will the Republicans say anything? Will the Republican lawyers say anything? Will the big law firms say anything? That this is not what is normal. This is not what is acceptable. I don't count on it. So on the one hand, it's to be expected. On the other hand, it is so grossly wrong and abnormal that I think we should not let it pass.
I agree, Mark, except for I agree also with Joanna. Like, nobody knows what communism is. But when you're a lawyer, of course you don't know. But I get it. Like, if you're just a general American who associates communism with Putin, which nothing could be farther from the truth, I mean, then I get it. Like, you associate the words communist Russia, but no, Russia is not communist. The Chinese Communist Party, run by Xi Jinping, is not communist. It's the same as the schmutzy Socialist Party was not socialist. But that would require, you got to think through that. You got to use your brain. Just because someone might call themselves something does not mean, in fact, they are practicing the principles of said thing. Wait, I'm trying to remember what this is. Oh, just more. Hold on. I just don't want to hear. I just have lost. It's probably a good thing. I think maybe you guys helped me get there. Oh, no, wait. Should I play this first? Well, no, I'm just going to play Adam Kinzinger's post because you guys have helped me start hating Trump support. I just don't care anymore. It's like, if I ever need, I can just list his lies. I can barely do like 3 Trump clips before I'm just like, I can't hear anymore. I used to be able to get through so many more. I used to find them funny. Now I don't, it's not funny. Like I can't even find the humor in it. I just feel a migraine. But Adam Kinzinger, I love Adam Kinzinger. Donald, bring it. I'm so tired of your victimy, whiny. This was this morning, by the way. And I tried to, when I thought I was going to play like 8 clips of Trump, I was like, I need to break it up with some stuff that will make them not lose the will to live. But I love this. Donald, bring it. I'm so tired of your whiny, whiny, belly aching crap. You friggin' won and you still are complaining all the time. Bring it, you small little boy. Well, let's not accuse him of being small, but everything else sounds accurate. I love Adam Kinzinger. If you don't follow him, I highly suggest, 10 of 10 suggest, because everybody needs, at least he will just say the truth. And it's the same, like, I agree with most things he said. Like, a lot of people have gone through absolute hell for being on the January 6th committee. We need to defend these people. This is why I take issue with Gavin Newsom having like Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk on his show. These are people that continue lying, while Capitol police officers, while people like Adam Kinzinger were kicked out of politics for saying the truth. Oh, oopsies. Sorry.
So I just saw that Trump is like threatening the January 6th committee again. Listen, this dude knows that this is like the thing that embarrasses him. He won't admit it embarrasses him because he's trying to like pretend like he didn't do anything. He's obsessed. He's more obsessed with like me and Liz Cheney than his freaking golf score. Hey, Trump, bring it on, dude. You weak, whiny, tiny man who, by the way, I saw a picture of you this weekend. You're hiking up your pants now to really just below your man boobs and you're sweating so much. Like, looking pretty bad there. But bring it, man. Like, stop with all the big mouth talking stuff. You're a grown man. You don't talk like one, but you're a grown man. Come on.
Cool. And that, I mean, I can't confirm how high his pants were up this weekend. I was watching a lot of clips from that golf tournament. His pants were up very, I mean, they are. Like, who wears their pants just under their boobs? No normal person. He's absolutely right about that. Once your pants are like, it's like pants boobs. Like, that is, that's fair. That's a fair criticism. I did witness that same thing. Oh God! I made this because I had done so much reading. This is one depressing outline, but it's like we need to know what's going on. Now we can move on to probably where it's like, when are you going to talk about because I'm skipping over the Trump lying at the DOJ and acting insane. We're moving on to the bigger tragedies this weekend of the violations of immigration. Oh, Johnny, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Insert funny story here. Johnny is my favorite person. One time we were going for ice cream together and he made the funniest joke. And then the waitress didn't know what I was talking about. And then I said, "That is my foot." And then we both started laughing. Is that good, Johnny? Did I insert a funny story? That's all I had in the moment. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is my Cash App and Venmo. I do all of this research and do the people's receipts. Thanks to your tips and donations. They are much appreciated. Actually, before I get into this next story, let me make sure I update my live goals because I know. Okay. That is probably the next thing I will be told to do. And this one's kind of depressing. Oh, yep. There. Perfect timing. I'm doing it now, so I don't have to do it later. Okay. Now, on to the next insane, depressing thing that Trump was up to this weekend. Which I'm just going to start with this story, and then we can move on to the other crimes Trump has committed as it relates to immigration this week. And this is like, it's sad when this is the palate cleanser to ease us in. Trump, yeah. So a Brown University professor has just been deported despite a judge's order. These are just, if I could say what happened this weekend, that's probably the main egregious stuff, is Trump is blatantly, flagrantly defying federal judges' orders and then lying about it. after the fact, like changing timelines, trying to pretend like, oh, we didn't know, like the planes were in international waters. We don't know what the is going on. We can't read. We can't do math. Like we can't change flight patterns. We're not that smart, which generally I'd agree with them. But I mean, in this case, it's pretty much ridiculous. So I'm going to get it wrong. I don't want to say Rasha Alloway, a kidney transplant specialist and Brown University professor who had a valid visa, was expelled in apparent defiance of a court order. Yeah. So a kidney transplant specialist, Professor Brown, has been deported from the United States, even though she had a valid visa and a court order temporarily blocking her expulsion, according to her lawyer and court papers. She's 34, a Lebanese citizen who had traveled to her home country last month to visit relatives. She was detained on Thursday when she returned from that trip to the United States, according to a court complaint filed by her cousin Yara. Judge Sorkin, I love the name Sorkin, of the Federal District Court in Massachusetts, go Massachusetts, ordered the government on Friday evening to provide the court with 48 hours notice before deporting her. But she was put on a flight to Paris, presumably on her way to Lebanon. So this is in a second order filed Sunday morning. So this is yesterday. The judge said there was a reason to believe U.S. Customs and Border Protection had willfully disobeyed his previous order to give the court notice before expelling the doctor. He said he had followed common practice in this district, as it has been for years, and ordered the federal agency to respond to what he called serious allegations. I said Sorkin. I like I like the name Sorkin, like Aaron Sorkin, probably because I like his brain and how he makes movies. Slick Rick, thank you so much for the $20. Hey Felice, Jay may be the Tony Stark of TikTok, but you're definitely the Rachel Maddow of TikTok. Love that you do what you do. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Dustin, thank you for the $5. It was like a deportation racket worthy of a RICO charge. Amen. Thank you. And we will get into it. I have so much. I don't even know how to present all the evidence I have against Trump for what he was up to this weekend, because it's like I was collecting like mounds of it. And it's like this presentation is a mess. So I have to like figure out how I'm going to like put this. I think and that's the sad part. When like the Brown University unlawful deportation was like the sane thing that happened. Oh, ugh. Do you guys remember? I mean, and most of you who are in here, since we learn together every day, probably do remember. I took us through like this whole thing where we were investigating which Congress people had stakes in private prison companies like Geo Group. And this was all based on AOC when that, it's like Senate Bill 5, I believe, or they called it that woman's name who was unalived by an immigrant, but her family asked us to stop saying her name. So I'm not going to say it anymore. The bill was named after her, and AOC was on the House floor, like screaming, like, this has nothing to do with protecting American citizens. Look at Congress people that voted for this. Look at their stock in private prison groups and look at who is taking money from these private prison groups through lobbying. And we investigated that for like an entire day. Well, now we know, and we went through that bill, and basically all that bill was billions and billions of our taxpayer dollars that were going to be used to build detention centers. And instead of the government doing it, it was going to go to these huge private prison groups that had given all of this money to Trump. And Congress people that voted it have huge positions in their stock, which I'm sure is now up. And that's those two main groups that we were investigating on open secrets of who had been who accepted money from them, who had stock positions based in those groups. There's 2 new detention centers almost done for whole families. Guess who's building them? None other than exactly the two largest private prison groups that so many Republicans have huge stock positions in, voted for that bill, and received a ton of lobbying money from. I want to find. For decades, detaining. Oh, I thought it was going to close again. It didn't. Yay. I won once. For decades, detaining undocumented immigrant families has been a contentious enforcement tactic. Critics of family detention have said young children suffer in confinement. Yeah, no, Sherlock. Proponents say that locking families up while they await likely deportation sends a stark message about the consequences of entering the United States illegally. Anyway, so this is back. Families have begun to arrive in recent days at a detention facility in South Texas, and immigration lawyers are expecting more to be brought in the coming days. A second detention center, also in South Texas, is being readied for families. Each of these facilities is being set up to hold thousands of people. At one site, lawyers say, multiple families are being detained in rooms with 4 to 8 bunk beds and shared bathroom facilities. Listen. Now, here's where it's Core Civic. That's what it is. The 2 family detention centers in Texas are being run by private prison companies. It's almost like AOC was screaming on the House floor that whole bill was about this, that contracted with U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement. The site in Dilley, which is operated by Core Civic, can hold up to 2,400 people. The other, a 1,328 bed facility in Carnes, is managed by Geo Group, the 2 largest private prison groups that mainly lobby Republicans and gave Trump a load of money and also gave money to PACs. Now are building new private prison facilities to detain migrants. Yeah, it's almost like that was a whole money grab. Exactly what I said when we read the bill. The Refuge and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services, an organization based in Texas, said its lawyers found no more than a dozen families at the Carnes facility, including both recent border crossers and people swept up in enforcement operations in U.S. facilities. The immigrants had been in the United States anywhere from 3 weeks to 10 years and were from several countries, including Angola, Brazil, Colombia, Iran, Romania, and Russia. Yeah. So just letting you guys know everything AOC was screaming about. And when we were looking at Republican stock positions, MAGA, if you're not giant hypocrites and you have a problem with Congress holding huge positions and voting for bills that make them a fortune, this would be something to look into then. And now on to the biggest, most egregious thing that happened this weekend. Now we're using the Alien Enemies Act to deport people. Basically what we did to intern Japanese people in World War II. That's where we're at now. Trump can't find laws to disappear people, so now we're back to World War II Japanese internment laws. Cool. This is who we are now. President Donald Trump secretly, because why wasn't he in the White House being filmed with the press corps saying he was going to do this on Friday? I watched him embarrass himself all Friday, and I missed him admitting that he was going to do this. Secretly signed a proclamation Friday invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, saying he would quickly, and I just want to be clear, that's all you need to know. People who have not had a trial, who nobody knows if they have done something wrong or not, are not given due process and are being disappeared. That's it. That's the only information you need to think about. I don't care who Donald Trump says people are. Right? Because I can promise you, due to my extreme amount of research, information is already coming out that these people aren't who Trump said they were. Shocking. Oh, they're not all MS-13 and Tren de Aragua? No. Turns out that people's immigration lawyers were trying to dispute the lies about them before they were, thank you, Dee, body snatched is a better word. I do like that. Now, and look at this, saying he would quickly remove Venezuelans aged 14 and over. Oh, what is that? Does that sound familiar? Military aged men. Yes, that's the same argument they made for unaliving children in Palestine. Now I recognize the goal is just declare any group of people a T group, make up that they are a gang or engaged in illegal activity, and then disappear or unalive them and don't ask questions. And if you think this is a mistake, this is trying to normalize this by saying nobody will dispute, oh, they're gang members, then of course we want them all gone, right? What, do you know that for a fact? That these people was there an investigation? Has Trump presented evidence of those facts? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, people's lawyers are the only evidence I've seen presenting evidence to the actual contrary. So if he's sure, why wouldn't he present evidence? This has happened time and time again. All those the military flights to Guantanamo, turns out they had a kid zip tied who was autistic on one of those flights. This is the reality. This is not what it seems like. If we give up due process because we're not smart enough to say, oh, well, Trump says they're bad people, so that's fine. That's how this stuff is normalized. That's how all of a sudden Jews were on trains in Germany. Use your brain. When a government says these were bad people, we just had to round them up and torture them and disappear and torture them. If you accept that, if you say, hey, I give up my right to due process in this country because a known liar told me I should, then whatever happens next is you're complicit in. If there was any reason to resist against this, this is the scary. This is how you get loaded onto a train to a camp. They just say, that's a criminal. That's a bad person. We got to get rid of that person. Hey, where's the evidence? We don't need to give you any evidence. That's what's happening here. And again, I've done a lot of research on this. The only evidence I've seen is to the contrary. I'm not saying nobody could have been a bad person, but I'm saying there are immigration lawyers who were trying to refute these claims. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg on Saturday temporarily blocked Trump from using the act to swiftly remove immigrants without a hearing and instructed officials to return any airplanes carrying them to the United States. He ruled after advocates sued, saying the administration was denying immigrants due process and putting them in danger. But early Sunday, Trump administration officials shared footage from El Salvador that showed shackled immigrants being forced off airplanes at night and into a new mega prison. Oopsie, too late. That's what Bukele, a crazy person who has 70% of his country in jail, said, referring to the judge's decision, following a laughing emoji. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reposted it, and a White House spokesman, Stephen Chung, the Asian guy that kind of, I guess you could see him as Caroline Leavitt's boss. He responded with a meme saying, I'll show you the meme. I took screenshots of all this, so you don't have to wonder what it looks like. I have all of it. Bukele says the United States, well, actually, let me just find this stuff because I was screenshotting these articles and then I kind of found the actual evidence. So let me just show you some of this stuff here. So all of these people are being removed without due process. And this is a New York Post article owned by Rupert Murdoch. Thank you so much for the gift. I probably need to update this. Federal judge orders deportation flights carrying alleged Venezuelan gangbangers. Only Rupert Murdoch would say some ridiculous shit like that. Return to U.S. blocks Trump from invoking Alien Enemies Act. And this is what they're talking about. This is Bukele, the dictator of Ukraine that has most of his country in prison. He said, oopsie, too late. Thank you for the bow. That's what they're talking about when they're like, what the F? And this is Stephen Chung. Bukele said, oopsie, too late. And Stephen Chung posted this. Like, they're laughing at the federal judge's order that they knowingly disregarded. And then I was like, oh, how provable is that? Like, I need to, well, actually, hold on. Let me show you one more thing. And then on Sunday, here comes Lil Marco, who has no spine and is the most pathetic person on this planet. And I'll show you the longer post from Bukele in a second, but he posts this thing in this video of him basically terrorizing these people and then says, thank you for your assistance. Marco Rubio says, thank you for your assistance and friendship, President Bukele. By the way, this isn't Trump disappeared people without due process, accused them of crimes. They never had a trial. These people were taken to a T group prison in El Salvador. And allegedly, I mean, not allegedly, the Trump administration admits this. Our tax dollars are paying Bukele to house these people. Why wouldn't we just deport people? Why are our tax dollars paying El Salvador to terrorize people who never had due process in the United States? We are paying what Bukele says is a small fee to house these people. Like, this isn't like we dropped them off there, which none of this makes sense anyways and is unconscionable. Oh, here, let me find his post, the whole thing, because this is Bukele, the president, dictator of El Salvador. This is his post. Today, the first 238 members of the Venezuelan criminals again, I don't even want to read this. None of this is true. No proof has been shown. These haven't been given due process. If you support people, if a man who has a database of 30,000 plus lies cataloged in just his first term as president says, oh, these are criminals, and that's all it takes. We defy the Constitution. There's no more due process for any of us. Just Trump said, and now he's disappearing people to another country. If you support this, you are not smart. Literally, just raise your hand and say, I have no idea what's going on. Arrived in our country, they were immediately transferred to the Terrorism Confinement Center for a period of 1 year, renewable. The United States will pay a very low fee for them, but a high one for us. This makes me sick. Over time, these actions, combined with the production already being generated by more than 40,000 inmates engaged in various workshops and labor under the Zero Idleness program. So he has them doing slave labor. That's what is being said here. Will make our prison system self-sustainable. So in case you're not getting it, Bukele is setting up a system like the US where slave labor is legal inside prisons. Yes, Trump sold some prisoners, or we're paying a monthly fee to have prisoners housed where they will do slave labor for Bukele. On this occasion, the U.S. has also sent us 23 MS-13 members. I don't want to read that because none of these people were given due process, and I have seen proof that some of these people had immigration lawyers who wanted to present evidence to the contrary, including 2 ringleaders. Yeah, okay, cool, whatever. Keep lying. I don't care. Unless, and again, if that's true, if all this is true and these are bad people, then why don't they have trials? Why don't you release information on them if they're as horrible as you say they are? Why wouldn't there be due process to say, why wouldn't Trump, who wants credit for everything, be like, look at these awful people I found and round it up? This will help us finalize the intelligence gathering and go after the last remnants of MS-13. Good luck with that, weirdo. As always, we continued. Anyways, that's the end of Bukele's pack of lies. Because this is, again, none of these people had a trial. This is just Trump said, and this guy who's getting paid and then forcing them to be slave laborers said. Cool. And every time people ask for evidence, they don't produce any. So you could tell me. And this is, okay, I'm just going to say trigger warning because this is not great. Hold on, I have to reopen this. TikTok closed my video again. So what I'm going to show you is that was a post by Bukele. And then attached to that post, I guess he thinks this is cool. I don't know. To me, it looks... These are people, again, who received no due process. And this looks pretty awful to me, but maybe that's just because I have a brain. And I think everyone deserves a trial or something. This is... Underneath that post I was just reading you from Bukele, this is the video he posted of what they did to them. They I don't even... And I think I need to get a package from outside, so I'm going to play this. But again, so this is what happened to these people when they were dropped off in El Salvador. BRB. Tap the screen.
Slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I can roast, I can gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. A reflection of the emptiness, hilarious. You think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help, I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
No, to me it's crazy, but it's about to get worse. Like, you can get back to this is, I don't know, Bukele himself producing music, but now I'll say the
something not
copyright.
illogical, something that is topical.
Hopefully it's
Rub
no
it on me,
copyright
watch
where
it go.
it goes
Make
straight
yourself
to
unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help, I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no...
Yeah, they shaved all their head. I don't even, I mean, again, these people got no due process. There are people's immigration lawyers who were like, yeah, we have proof they aren't part of Tren de Aragua or MS-13. We wanted to submit it, but then they were disappeared. And now they're in El Salvador, being held there in some place, and our tax dollars are paying a low fee to keep them there with no due process. And I'm just telling you guys, when this finally winds its way through the courts, it will be our tax dollars that have to pay these people millions of dollars for pain and suffering. Like, we will be, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you, Illusion. As slave laborers, I'm sorry, I didn't land the plane then. As slave laborers fueling the El Salvadorian economy. And when these people finally do get this winds through the courts, we will be I want you to think about it. And actually, I do think I have examples. Hold on, let me make sure, because I have so many different clips of this nonsense. Oh my gosh, TikTok Studio is a... Why? Stop closing. I have some good stuff, though. And I think I can skip some of this, because I'm just... Hold on, let me find the right parts. Okay, I want to find the Aaron Reichland Melnick stuff, and I'll show you his... Okay, again, TikTok closed my presentation. I'll show you I'll remind you of like how to follow him and stuff. Aaron Reichland Melnick, I always talk about him. He's like one of the, like, he testifies in front of Congress like once a month. He's a famous immigration lawyer. He's awesome. He's a genius. So it's like, I kind of read and had a bunch of things like I got from main, like the New York Times and Washington Post. And then I just started doing my own investigation into this. And then I was like, oh, here's the real information I need to show them. It's not a bunch of random crap. But I'll start with this. This is what Ron Filipkowski, and he's quoting a quote from Aaron Reichland Melnick on his X account. Holy crap, the DOJ is arguing that the president can unilaterally deport anyone he wants without any statutory authority, just on his inherent authority as president over national security. That is a terrifying claim to make and has never been recognized before in U.S. history. Furthermore, Bondi, Pam Creepy AF Bondi's claim that Trump's invocation of authority here is well established is complete nonsense. This law has been invoked only 4 times in the last 225 years, all during declared wars with foreign nations, and never against a street gang. This is why Trump declared states of emergency in all of these executive orders. This is why the president forced, like, those poison pills in this continued resolution that said no one can stop him for the remainder of the fiscal year. This is why. And this is why I say, like, people who are like, oh, who cares? Like, Trump can't remain in office. Like, you need 3/4 of state legislatures. It's hard to ratify an amendment. Yeah, I don't think that's how he's going to do it. I think he's going to declare martial law. I think he's going to get, I don't know, maybe one of his friends like Putin to start a fake war with us. And then he just won't leave, just like Netanyahu. That's what I think will happen. I don't think it's going to be Trump amending the Constitution. I think he will suspend the Constitution and say we are at war. And okay, so we'll get into this. So this, and most of this stuff now comes from Aaron Reichland Melnick's, which his handle is just his last name. He's not on TikTok or anything. He's an immigration lawyer. But this is outrageous. Judge Boasberg's order went against government agencies which were in the U.S. and which were in direct contact with the plane. He must hold them in contempt of court. So we'll get into all of this and the timeline. I found someone who has the exact timeline, because now Trump, just to be clear, what's happening now is the Trump administration is lying about the timeline and being like, oh, we had no idea that this judge had ruled, and the plane was in international airspace, and how could we have known? It's not our fault. Yeah, lies. So the ACLU has filed a response. This was this morning because the ACLU is challenging, the American Civil Liberties Union is challenging this in court, has filed a response to the Trump administration's actions on Saturday, asking Judge Boasberg to order the government to officially acknowledge what they did. This would presumably form the basis for a motion to show cause for contempt or similar. This statement, this statement from AG Bondi is a disgrace. The judge did not, because basically Pam Bondi's, thank you for the bow. Pam Bondi's response, Trump's AG, is that the judge is supporting terrorists. So I'm trying to remember who said this the first I heard it, but like this is so Project 2025, right? Now the federal judiciary, their job is to be a check against the executive branch, against Trump and the White House, and say, hey, here's what you can legally do. Here's what you can't legally do. And now what's happening is MAGA, Trump, conservatives are attacking federal judges. They're putting their pictures up on Fox with their full names, basically doxing them and saying, these people are liars for doing their job, for following the law and being a check and balance against the executive branch, which is literally what their job is. Okay, so I want to show. So wait, hold on. It's important. Oh, yeah, this is the first part. It's important to be very clear because this is the picture, right? This is from that. There's a lot of stills from that insane video of which basically it looks like a T group. It looks like El Salvador is a T group tormenting people. Again, all of these men have never had due process. Just to be clear. It is important to be very clear. The people you see in this photo have not had any due process whatsoever between being uprooted from their lives and families in the U.S. and finding themselves now in CCOT, which is that T group prison thing that he's running, slave labor prison he's running. That is the most important thing. But Aaron Reichlin Melnick responds to that and said, people on the flight sent to El Salvador had zero opportunity to contest the government's evidence. Many said they were in fact falsely accused of belonging to Tren de Aragua. One person had a hearing set for tomorrow to provide evidence that they weren't in fact part of that group. There was no due process at all. Sounds like Trump. And then, okay, so one of the things I love about Aaron Reichlin Melnick, he's this very powerful lawyer, but he will just, I don't know if I would call it arguments with MAGA, he will just embarrass them publicly. So I was just screenshotting him in threads embarrassing MAGA's dumb statements. This person said, due process doesn't apply to foreign combatants. Really? That, I don't need to be an immigration lawyer. Do you understand why we can't get rid of the people in Guantanamo? Because of their mother effing due process. How dumb do you have to be we have people we've been torturing that all we'd like to do is to get them out of there, and we can't because of due process. MAGA, this is why Trump can say and do whatever he wants, because these people can't figure it out. Said so confidently, I love Aaron. Said so confidently and yet so incorrectly. Doesn't that sound like me? Remember, even accused Al-Qaeda terrorists held at Guantanamo Bay have due process and must be tried under the laws of the United States. That's why we can't get them out of there. And this has become a recent thing. If you would like to learn more about it, I would Google, when Biden was president, this was a huge problem. They're trying to get the people we have held at Guantanamo out, the Al-Qaeda people, and we can't because of due process. It's a nightmare. So I'm not surprised MAGA doesn't know anything. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responds to allegations that the Trump administration violated a federal court order by not turning the deportation flights around. This is what Caroline Leavitt said. The administration did not refuse to comply with a court order. The order, which had no lawful basis. So I just want to be clear. She's not very smart, first of all, but her response is, I don't care what federal judges say. They don't have any power. The order, which had no lawful basis, yes, federal judges' orders do in fact have lawful basis, but that was a nice try, was issued after T-Group TDA aliens had already been removed from U.S. territory. Yeah, it does not matter, and that's a lie because I have looked at the timeline. The written order and the administration's actions do not conflict. Yeah, well, your first point was that it doesn't matter what federal judges say, so that's not true. Moreover, as the Supreme Court has repeatedly made clear, federal courts generally have no jurisdiction over the president's conduct of foreign affairs. Yeah, no. Nice try, though. His authorities, I think what she's trying to refer to is the Presidential Immunity Act. But she's not smart enough to get there. No, Caroline, let me help your tiny brain. What you are referring to is the fact that later, we can't hold Trump criminally responsible for this, right? Because that's what you're talking about, unitary executive theory, but that has nothing to do with whether a federal judge's court order is a check and balance against Trump being an idiot. Yes, it is, and he should in fact have listened. God, or I think what it is people write this stuff for her and she's not smart enough to be like, oh, that doesn't make any sense and I'd rather not read something that will make me look stupid. Moreover, so his authorities under the Alien Enemies Act and his core Article 2 powers to remove foreign alien T groups, still you would need due process, darling, from the U.S. soil and repel a declared invasion. See, all of these, notice how this has only been invoked a couple times, and it was when we were in a declared war. This is my favorite part. A single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier full of foreign alien Teists who were physically expelled from U.S. soil. What the F does she think an aircraft carrier is? Does she think an aircraft carrier is in the sky? There's so many dumb things being said in here, but I'm most concerned by the fact that she believes aircraft carriers are in the sky. Why? Is somebody going to tell her that aircraft carriers float on the water? I can't even do it at this point. She thinks aircraft carriers are flying. There's a bunch of other airplanes inside that airplane, and they're all flying around together, refueling aircraft. It's like that show. Does anyone remember the show Tailspin, where they would refuel in the sky? It was like a play on Jungle Book. That's what it reminds. It's I think she must have watched that show, and then she's like, it must be, she thinks planes, there's some sort of airship in the sky that's giving planes gas. See, I knew somebody would know what Tailspin is. Should we all watch Tailspin together? Let's bring it back. But she literally thinks, if we didn't know, if she had no idea what she was saying, she literally thinks aircraft carriers are up in the clouds. So if we were ever wondering if she's just a liar or also not smart, it's definitely both. Somebody who's going to tell her. See, multiple people. I love Tailspin too. And all the character. If you don't know what Tailspin, look it up. It was on right after Darkwing Duck. If you don't know what Darkwing Duck is, another amazing show. I know. She's Caroline. Oh, wait till you think this is bad, it just gets worse. Okay, so I was telling you how Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, who's a very famous immigrant, I don't know how you have the guts to show up on his page and argue with him about something. You have to just have D-Wish. So this is a MAGA person who decided to try, I guess, and debate him on points that make no sense. But as commander-in-chief, president has inherent power to remove foreign gangs. What? Stop. As if that weren't enough. Like, can somebody help this already? We should just stop reading this. The Alien Enemies Acts give him explicitly unreviewable authority to do so by mere declaration. More than that, SCOTUS has been utterly deferential to the exercise of this power. Again, you guys are so not smart. And Aaron Reichlin-Melnick tears this man apart. But my point is, not being able to criminally prosecute Trump as a citizen has nothing to do with what he is or is not allowed to do as president. Does everyone get that? We're talking about private acts versus public acts as president and what he can be personally held liable or criminal, I shouldn't say liable is the wrong word, criminally responsible for. It has nothing to do with this. 4, whether we are in time of invasion is a political question. If the judiciary interferes, it had better be ready for the downsides of picking the wrong side of a political question. Oh, MAGA's, I guess, threatening somebody. I don't know. A major reason courts invented political question doctrine to begin with. Wow, you're not smart. Anyways, so Aaron responds, and it's like, this is an absurd claim. Not a single president in the history of the United States has ever asserted the authority to unilaterally deport someone outside of the procedures set by Congress until now. And the Supreme Court has emphasized that Congress is supreme on immigration. They think that because Trump can't be held criminally responsible as a citizen, it means he can do whatever he wants. Does that make sense? I think they confuse John Roberts' ruling on presidential immunity as meaning he can do whatever he wants. That's not what it means. It just means after the fact, you can't try him criminally as a citizen. But don't explain it. And this is the funniest part, is this guy kept going. In previous wars, the president has had to use laws passed by Congress to detain and deport outright enemy spies. And yet this person thinks that deporting random gang members is somehow an inherent constitutional authority. Complete nonsense, supported by no legal precedent. Ugh. And then he responds, stop responding. It's embarrassing. Now is when you slink away, weirdo. And just keeps going as if he's done something. Well, if it's so clear, no, I guess Hawaii judge can send his army. This is politics, Buttercup. Hawaii judge wants to interfere with political questions. He gets political answers. Wow. Why is... Just another L for MAGA. Just stop talk. It's best if you don't say words. And so Aaron responds, I don't know why he spends his time kindly educating people. Whether or not the president can simply wave his hands and declare any random person an alien enemy when there is no war ongoing is not a political question. It's a basic legal question. So simple that a toddler could understand the answer. No. Aaron's my spirit animal. And then and I wish he didn't respond again, but this gentleman, and God, he was ratioed over and over. Just stop. If you say members of Tren de Aragua are any random person, God, just not smart. You are a sophist, oh my God, or worse, which it is an utter waste of time engaging you further. You're a waste of time because you're not smart. This is not a philosophical argument. I encourage to pursue studies in law and political philosophy. You're literally arguing with a lawyer. What? What? He is a lawyer. Any government that works will allow for immediate deportation of foreign gangs. No, that's not how it works in democracy. If the government doesn't allow for that, it's broken. This is simple stuff. You are the literal least intelligent person possibly on X. And that's a hard thing for me to say. The entire point, which it's so true, it is the entire point, dummy. The entire point is that they are only accused of being gang members, and the government has never had to prove it. Several of them reject the government's claim, yet they have been denied any opportunity to contest the allegation. That's tyrannical. I know, MAGA looked up words like you and tells a famous immigration lawyer, one of the most famous immigration lawyers in our country, who testifies before Congress once a month, to study the law. You can't, I mean, I wish I was as delusional as dumb as MAGA. Like, what must it be like to be a mediocre white man? And just be like, yeah, I'm going to tell one of the most famous immigration lawyers in this country to study the law. That's what I should be doing. Like, just say I've never watched a congressional hearing. I have no idea what due process is. I Googled some words and I feel like I did something, but I didn't. Like, it's a word of the day, toilet paper. Thank you. That's what and he used like a whole roll. You know what I mean? Like, that was a whole roll. That's every word he was supposed to learn for the month. He used them all incorrectly at that. And like, now he's out of toilet paper. That's a great point. That's the most sense anyone's made of it the entire day. The White House press secretary said the administration did not refuse to comply with a court order, but she added, and this is my point too, a single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier, which, again, someone tell her aircraft carriers are in the sea, not the air. Full of foreign alien theists who were physically expelled from U.S. soil. And Mehdi Hassan responds and goes, the whole point is we don't know if they're foreign alien theists. That's the whole point of due process. And evidence in a courtroom, we don't take the government say so, especially a government with a history of relentless mendacity. If you don't know what mendacity is, that's lies. Of relentless lying is what he's saying. And then, God, this guy who works, I hate this. I'm trying to remember what his name is. This guy, Mike Davis, he's like a Federalist Society lawyer who's like besties with Steve Bannon. He works on this Article 3 project. And I mean, their Project 2025 sycophants. Will Chamberlain's a lawyer that works for them. Mehdi Hassan just said abolish ICE, and Will Chamberlain was like denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hassan. Oh yeah, that makes sense. And then I love this because he said that, and then a bunch of people started responding, and they were like, at the direction of Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Press Chamber was established in 1930s Germany to dictate which journalists were unacceptable and subject to punishment. It became illegal to criticize Mustache Man and publish anything other than pro-schmutzy content. Yeah, it's giving that, Will. It's giving you're a lawyer who doesn't uphold the ethics of the bar. And then this is just me being petty, but this was just the first comment underneath. All that forehead and no brain. And then, don't worry, we'll get around to you as well. I hear tailoring is a thriving industry in Vietnam. So then he says something racist. And then you got ratioed twice in your own post. I know this was his own thread, and it was quite sad. But this is what's going on. And anyways, this is most important. This is the actual timeline, which I'll show you who made this, and then I'll show you Aaron Reichland Melnick's profile at the end. But This is the best timeline I found to prove that Trump and the White House are all liars, right? Timeline of what appears to be defiance of a judicial order applying the Alien Enemies Act to Venezuelans sent to El Salvador prisons without due process. Oh, Ben, thank you so much for the $15 from one Arizonan to another. Cool. Thank you for everything you do, Felice. I don't know how we would stay sane without your brilliant lives every week. Keep up the amazing work and know that we are here to support you just like you support us. Don't make me cry. That's so nice. Thank you so much. And this is the best thing ever because this timeline basically, and I can't wait for I'm excited for the courts to hear this and Trump can explain what the F he thinks he's doing. Because what happened was Axios first reported like, oh yeah, the timeline is sound. Trump defied a federal court order. And then the White House started saying, oh, that's not true. That's not true. But here's the real timeline. So sometime Friday, March 14th, President Trump, right, because in secret, on Friday, March 14th, after the live was done, he signs this order, right, the invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 for the fourth time in U.S. history. Regardless of migratory status, accused of membership in the Tren de Aragua criminal group, the Alien Enemies Act is meant to be a wartime jurisdiction to be invoked at times of declared war, foreign invasion, or foreign predatory incursion. It includes no due process rights for those detained or deported, and the U.S. government is not required to prove a tie to Tren de Aragua. The president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, who has imprisoned nearly 3% of his country's male population. And just to be clear, we used to have by percentage, the most of our population incarcerated until Bukele. Now he has us beat. And now you get it, right? He's running a slave labor factory inside these prisons. He imprisons whoever he wants. They do cheap labor and they fuel the country's economy. Offered on February 3rd to jail non-Salvadorians whom the Trump administration sent to El Salvador. We're paying this weirdo to jail people. So, next, Saturday, March 15th, the ACLU and Democracy Forward seek a temporary restraining order to halt invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. The case is docketed as JGG versus Donald Trump. And again, well, we'll get into this, but they never legally published that he had invoked it. He did it in secret and then started loading people onto planes. Saturday, March 15th at 3:10 p.m. and 3:40 p.m. Eastern, 2 ICE charter flights flown by contractor Global X are to leave Harlingen, Texas for San Salvador. These will be delayed. These weekend ICE flights are unusual. You can see they're documenting this with posts. Saturday, March 15th at 3:51, according to the page's timestamp, the White House then posts the executive order. After they've already loaded people onto planes, they post the executive order to the website. So I'm just making sure I'm not forgetting anything. Then, at March 15th at 4:13 p.m. Eastern, a third ICE charter flight flown by Global X is to leave Harlingen, Texas for Comayagua. Oh yeah, they all stopped in Honduras. I'm remembering this now. It too will be delayed. So these are the flights. Saturday, March 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern, Judge Boasberg convenes a hearing in the JGG versus Trump case. So at 5 p.m., the court is in session. Saturday, March 15th at 5:20 p.m. Eastern, Judge Boasberg adjourns the hearing until 6 p.m. to give the Justice Department time to confirm whether flights carrying people under the Alien Enemies Act are underway or may depart soon. Saturday, March 15th at 5:26 p.m., Global X Flight 6143 departs Harlingen, Texas, but its destination has changed to Comayagua, Honduras. So it's now stopping in Honduras. Saturday, March 15th at 5:45 p.m. Eastern, Global X Flight 6145 departs Harlingen, Texas for San Salvador. Saturday, March 15th at 6:05 Eastern, in a private aside, the Department of Justice apparently fails to confirm anything about flights to Judge Boasberg. So they're stalling and lying. They won't say, yeah, flights are leaving and we're using this Enemies Act to deport people. They're still stalling. March 15th at 6:47 p.m. Eastern, Judge Boasberg issues a temporary restraining order blocking application of the Alien Enemies Act. The New York Times reported Judge Boasberg said he was ordering the government to turn flights around, given information unrebutted by the government that flights are actively departing. Saturday, March 15th at 7:26 p.m. Eastern, a March 16th Justice Department notice refers to a 7:26 p.m. minute order from Judge Boasberg, meaning Trump's DOJ knew that he had said turn the flights around. At this point, all flights should have stopped or turned around. These are flights that still had not refueled in Honduras. So I just want to be clear, when you hear people lying and saying, oh, we didn't know what's going on. They knew. They cataloged the judge's order, which is why I love research. If only people could read. March 15th at 7:36 p.m., Global X Flight 6143 did not turn around. It landed in Honduras. Saturday, March 15th at 7:37 p.m. Eastern, Global X Flight 6122 departs Harlingen for Honduras. So all of this after the DOJ clearly knew no flights should take off, and if they have, they need to turn around. Saturday, March 15th at 8:02 p.m. Eastern, Global X Flight 6145 did not turn around. It lands in San Salvador. Saturday, March 15th at 8:07 p.m. Eastern, there are 2 flight plans filed for Global X Flight 6145. The other lists the plane landing at this time in Honduras. Saturday, March 15th at 9:46 p.m., Global X Flight 6122 lands in Honduras. Saturday, March 15th at 11:41 Eastern, Global X Flight 6144 departs Honduras for San Salvador. None of this should have ever happened. Sunday, March 16th at 12:06 a.m., Global X Flight 6144 lands in San Salvador. Sunday, March 16th at 12:41 a.m. Eastern, Global X Flight 6123 departs Honduras for San Salvador. Yeah, I just read that part. And then they land in San Salvador at 1:04 a.m. And that's when that ridiculous video that I made you guys watch by Bukele is filmed with the ridiculous music. But just to be clear, none of that was legal. The judge had told them to turn around hours and hours before. And then on Sunday, so in the morning, 7:46 a.m. Eastern, Salvadorian President Bukele tweets a screenshotted New York Post headline, the one I showed you, and says, oopsie, too late. Sunday, March 16th at 8:13 Eastern, Bukele posts footage of people, the video I showed you, people arriving and being dragged off of planes by security forces in riot gear, then roughly herded into the government's giant terrorism confinement center prison. Yeah, and then I read you that ridiculous tweet of his. This is the picture. If you can't remember, if it's not scarred into your brain. Sunday, March 16th at 8:39 a.m. Eastern, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio tweets, "Thank you for your assistance and friendship, President Bukele." Cool, little Marco. People don't forget. And then at 3:46 p.m. yesterday, Eastern, an Axios article by Mark Caputo reports that the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem chose not to turn the planes around. Officials claimed to Caputo that they could ignore Judge Boasberg's order because the planes were already over international waters. A correction added to the story reads, quote, this story was updated with the White House's official claim that the administration had ignored the ruling but not defied it because it came too late. It did not. This timeline makes clear that the order did not come too late. Trump's just a pathological liar. So again, if you're interested in who made that timeline, like who did all the research, found the flight plans, his name is Adam Isaacson. He's pretty cool. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to remember. He works for a think tank. It's like called Washington Office of Latin American Affairs, I think. WALA.org. But if you're curious who made this or how you find him, this is who made that awesome timeline. That's the thing. Trump can't compete with people who have brains. And that's like the most clear evidence I have found. I mean, it's just very plain. Trump's a liar and they defied a federal court order. And even the Supreme Court no likey that. So someone asked, so what do we do about it? That's why this timeline is made. This is the type of information they're going to take to federal court and prove that Trump is defying federal court orders. Like what's coming is a showdown between the judiciary and Trump's band of mediocre weirdos. But I mean, I thought this is clear evidence that he did it on purpose. He easily could have turned those flights around. He has people who receive no due process in America, God knows where in El Salvador, working in a prison camp, being tortured. But this timeline will now be used as evidence in federal court. Like there's a court hearing. What time is it? Oh man, time flies when you're having fun describing unbelievably sad events. Actually, it's probably going on or has been going on. Yeah, there's a court hearing for today. But I mean, that's basically what they now need to prove. That's the evidence they need, is that Trump is openly defying federal judges' orders. And if you want to follow Aaron Reichlin Melnick, again, he is now like a fellow at the American Immigration Council, formerly immigration lawyer, but he's absolutely amazing. And most all of the relevant information you just got came to me by being constantly on his page. Anytime there's an immigration issue, just go immediately to Aaron's page and he will tell you what the law is and how to make sense of all of it. I would say anytime Trump defies immigration laws, just go to Aaron's page and he'll tell you what the law is. Can't people be held liable for obeying an illegal order? What's an illegal? Whose order? Well, I mean, it's a federal judge issued an order and Trump defied it. It's about the federal government defying the judiciary. Which this doesn't happen very often, right? This is like some Nixon type. We shall have to see. But now at least they have the proof. That's why I wanted to show you that timeline. The proof is there. This is what I want to show you too. This is an immigration lawyer, which I found through Aaron Reichlin Melnick's page, basically saying, returning to X to shine a light on what the Alien Enemies Act looks like in real life. Our client fled Venezuela. This is one of the immigration lawyers that's I represent one of these people who was disappeared. Fled Venezuela last year and came to the U.S. to seek asylum. He has a strong claim. He was detained at entry because ICE alleged his tattoos are gang related. They are absolutely not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is LGBTQ. His tattoos are benign, but ICE submitted photos of his tattoos as evidence. He is Tren de Aragua. His attorney planned to present evidence. He is not, but never got the chance because our client has been disappeared. So they were trying to present evidence that this was not true. Oh, this is definitely kidnapping. We last spoke to our client on Thursday before he was supposed to have a hearing in immigration court to have a hearing in immigration court, but ICE didn't bring him. The government attorney had no information about why he was not there. The judge reset the hearing for Monday. We have been trying to contact our client ever since. We emailed and called the Texas facility where he was last held, more than 1,300 miles from the San Diego detention center he was in when we started representing him. They had no info, and yesterday told us he was no longer there. This morning, he disappeared from the online detainee locator. Oh, it's unlawful. Our client has been seeking U.S. protection, but has spent months in ICE prisons, been falsely accused of being a gang member because of his tattoos. And today he has been forcibly transferred, we believe, to El Salvador. We are horrified tonight thinking what might happen to him now. The Alien Enemies Act would allow the Trump administration to remove people from the U.S. based on an accusation alone. The accusation could be, as it is for our client, completely baseless, but they would remove them anyway, despite the dangers, despite the lack of due process. This is the reality of what America has become. Congratulations, conservatives. You guys are disgusting. What happened today is a dark moment in our history. One bright spot in this madness that I see are the many lawyers and advocates across the country who spent their Saturday fighting like hell. This makes me want to cry. To preserve justice in the face of horrific cruelty. And we will keep fighting. Keep fighting the good fight. And this is just the post. Like, stories are beginning to emerge that at least some of the Venezuelans Trump administration to ship to El Salvador may not be gang members. Oh, you don't say. That's why you give people due process. Oh, really? I'm so shocked that it turns out Trump just rounded up brown people. And I just want to be clear. Without jurisdiction, ship them to another country to work in prison labor camps. It's not even like we just deported them to go back home. We interned them in prison labor camps in El Salvador. And we are paying, our tax dollars are paying to hold people in another country in labor camps against their mother effing will. Why the F do we, just to speak for MAGA too, I don't want to pay, even if we proved that someone did what they say, either house them in the U.S. under due process, like that's what happens now. Oh, you've committed a crime, then you serve your sentence, and then you're deported. Like, we're not going to pay other countries to run prison labor camps. Like, what? But that's Donald Trump. Oh, and this is just a repeat of that. Let me show you. I have so many things to show you guys. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 500K. You guys are amazing. All of my research is done through your tips and donations. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. I love that we get to do this together. Even though it's super depressing, but it does help keep me sane. Knowing what the F is going on helps keep me sane. Oh, now I remember. I do have some good stuff to show you. Okay. And I have his handle so we can all follow him. So this is, I have a history degree, but I believe he has his master's in history. He'll tell. I think he says it at the beginning of the video. But after I was doing all this research on this immigration nightmare, thanks to Elmo's, actually, there's some good things about his algorithm. This popped up. So if you want to follow this guy, which like I said, he's a historian. He's pretty smart. This is his name. Is it John Sturtruck? John Sturtruck? Oh, like Monster Truck. I literally just got it. I did not get it before. It only takes me, and I took that screenshot and looked at it and didn't get it till I said it out loud. Joby, was that you? Thank you, Joby. You're so amazing. Thank you, Joby Wan Kenobi. Thank you so much for your support. But I will just say, remember, like Monster Truck, it's Johnster Truck. If you want to follow this guy. No, I know. If you want to, I'm just saying. Because then people ask. And if I need to show it again, I will. But anyways, this is a guy with a master's in history. I thought this was very interesting, as well as the next video. Oopsie. Again.
Fascism is one of the most misunderstood ideologies of the 20th century, and it's back in a pretty disturbing way in much of the Western world, so it would do well for us to understand it. To that Fascism is one of the most misunderstood ideologies of the 20th century, and it's back in a pretty disturbing way in much of the Western world, so it would do well for us to understand it. To that end, today we are going to learn about the fascist obsession with struggle. As for my credentials, I'm a history teacher with a master's in the field. I've been reading, writing, and lecturing in and outside the classroom on fascism for the better part of my adult life, and I'd like to bring you on to my area of expertise so that we can all know better. Populist movements throughout the 20th century relied on a notion of an in-group and an out-group, some us and some them that is attacking us, and that our situation would be improved if they weren't harming us. And we see this across the political spectrum, whether it is the populist farmers' movements of the American early 20th century and late 19th century, who saw large agriculture companies and increasing industrialization as a threat to their way of living, or even communist movements who saw the bourgeois, the propertied class, as a threat to the working class. But fascism is a populist movement, just like its far left and more center counterparts. Where a socialist talking point might sound something like, we, the working class, are being trod on by the bourgeois, by the landed class, and by understanding and embracing class consciousness, we can work together to seize the means of production. A fascist talking point that would sound similar would say, we, the true people, are being trod upon by the degenerates, and by forcing purity onto society, we can achieve our ultimate goal and achieve the power that we are rightfully owed. This replacement of class struggle with race struggle allows
Does that sound familiar? Does disappearing brown people at the middle of the night saying, these are a danger to us. These are the others. If we get rid of them, I swear everything will be okay. He's literally describing what Trump's activities this weekend. That's why I thought it was so fascinating, because I was like, this is so apropos. Like or the same thing I was describing while like as a Division I volleyball player, what I think fairness in sports has nothing to do with the othering of the trans community, right? And never the two out of my mouth shall meet, right? This is what fascism is about, is othering people and saying, don't worry. Exactly. History of Germany. As soon as we get rid of them, we'll all be good.
Fascists to use a lot of popular socialist talking points and work their way into workers' organizations who are feeling genuine disillusionment with the state of the world as their jobs become harder to maintain, their wages don't meet their standard of living, and anxiety becomes a permanent component of their lives. However, where the socialists would use language of class and us versus them along lines of property status and income to delineate who is in the movement and who is not, by replacing class with race, the fascist is able to recruit both the propertied class and the working class into their movement. To this end, the fascist sees struggle as the ultimate goal of its movement, and it is a movement that will be perpetually in conflict. And this ultimately self-sabotages that movement from within, because once external threats are dealt with, the need for struggle to continue the movement remains. And so internal former allies and friends become the new opponents.
Not going to stop at the brown people, which is idiotic. It's just a sign of MAGA's idiocy. If you believe brown people fleeing their country because of the U.S. economy, because we destabilized it, looking for a better life, have your money, and are the reason for your low wages and disappearing opportunity in America, well, I'd suggest you are not very smart. But they won't stop at the browns. They won't stop with black people. They won't stop with trans people, right? Eventually, all the others will be gone. That's what that poem that was written is about. And then they came for me. Let me just finish. I think there's 1 minute left, and then I'll show you his account again. But it's Johnster Truck. Just like if you spelled monster truck, but a J at the beginning.
Just are obsessed with self-purification, meaning that disloyal party members or those who are not totally adherent to the latest commands of the state must be purged from the movement to maintain the purity of the movement, thus shifting us into a smaller and smaller group until only a tight-knit core remains and all others are exploitable.
Well said, sir. And again, Johnster Truck, but no H, just Johnster, exactly like you would spell monster. Joanna pinned it. Thank you, Nebula, also for writing that. I appreciate it. Okay, so, oh yeah, and I'm literally just going to show you, which that was my finger. Why is there a yellow smudge in it? I guess I did that with my finger. This is Tad Stormer. So, and Chrissy sent me this video. I was listening to this history teacher talk about like the definition of fascism after doing all of this research on the fascist way we just disappeared a bunch of brown people without due process. And then Chrissy sent me this video I'm about to show you. So I'm just saying it's Tad Stormer. I would just screenshot this, or can somebody just look at this and then pin it? So when people ask me because I am now following him, I took the screenshot before I followed, but I think these two videos are like perfect compliments after Trump's weekend of disappearing people illegally.
Good morning.
He's basically talking about how we resist, right? And this is, I don't know, it's this will give you some chills. Resistance history is so fascinating.
Folks, your resistance history lesson for today is the hardest lesson for anyone to learn. Let's call it the Sheldon White House rule, for no particular reason. Because experience is the most brutal teacher. And for many, though, it's the only one that they're going to believe. People don't want to accept that they're living through something that they do not fully understand. They don't want to believe that they are witnessing the slow death of a system they once thought was unshakable, or at the very least unquestionable. They want to trust that institutions will hold, opposition leaders will act, there is a hero out there. Will reset our path and return things to normal. But resistance history, pesky thing, shows us otherwise. And the hardest lesson of all is this. There's no normal to return to. There is only what we do next. Historians and scholars of authoritarianism, such as Abby Heffer, who you can follow in real time with her analysis of what's going on, and Tim Snyder, they explain how modern autocrats dismantle institutions, erode democracies, and seize power. Their work is critical, and following it and engaging them on it, particularly Abby, helps us clearly see what the regime is doing and how, and see it in comparative terms, see it in a broader global and historical term. But knowing how authoritarians operate is only half the equation. That's why we do what we do. The question for us in resistance history is, what do we do about it? And that's where resistance history comes in. But as I've learned in teaching these historical moments and learning more about them and engaging in extensive research on them, these are the toughest lessons for people to accept. First, institutions have failed. They are done. If institutions were going to stop this, they would have already done it. Courts alone won't save democracy. Elections alone won't restore balance. Institutions are built to preserve themselves, not to challenge power. To wait for institutional intervention is to surrender just in slow motion. Resistance cannot be outsourced to political processes designed to contain, not dismantle, authoritarian rule. Second, opposition leaders who refuse to resist become complicit.
Chuck Schumer.
Resistance isn't a speech, it's action. It's not a press conference. Opposition leaders who tell you to stay calm or trust the system rather than actively confronting authoritarianism are not fighting, they're adjusting to it. Many prefer life under...
They're normalizing it like that. If I had to say, when I heard this, I was like, that is what Chuck Schumer's doing. And I'm not sure to what level Chuck Schumer is gaslighting himself and thereby trying to convince himself and others. Like that's what I think is happening with those Democrats. Unless there's some secret deal none of us know of between Schumer and like, those Democrats that like, hey, if we do this, then you'll give us this. Then I almost think it starts with gaslighting themselves. Like, hey, let's just go along to get along and it'll be okay. Right? They're normalizing their own, they're literally rationalizing what is happening in their own brains. And it is, I would say fascinating, but terrifying to watch is probably more accurate.
Rather than actively confronting authoritarianism, are not fighting, they're adjusting to it. Many prefer life under a weakened democracy to the risks of true resistance. Consider the stark difference between Chuck Schumer or Gavin Newsom on the one hand and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders on the other. Refusal to resist isn't caution, it's collaboration. Third, this is as bad as it gets is always, always wrong. There is no stopping point where power just stops seizing control. I've got enough.
How many times have I told you, I promise you, as someone raised by a malignant narcissist, they do not stop. It is a compulsion. They cannot stop. We will have to stop him. There is no end to this unless we end it.
You think Elon Musk is going to say, I've had enough. This is enough for me. The second you believe you've reached the worst point, you're already behind. Hannah Arendt warned that authoritarianism doesn't self-limit. It expands, consolidates, and then normalizes oppression until it either collapses or it's actively resisted. It demands not just your compliance, but your participation, making you an active part of your own oppression. The longer people wait, the harder resistance becomes. So, what else does resistance history teach us? In the words of a lot of the scholars that are informing my approach, James Scott reminds us that power isn't absolute. It constantly struggles to maintain itself. Resistance forces it to expend resources, making oppression costly and unsustainable. We push that. We make it pricey and expensive for them to oppress. And for any of their collaborators to perform their alliance. Albert Camus teaches us that resistance is a moral necessity, not because victory is assured, but because refusing complicity is essential. Joseph Tincture and Arnold Toynbee remind us that collapse is inevitable for systems that overextend themselves. They will burn out. More surveillance, more repression, more coercion. Eventually, authoritarian power becomes unsustainable. But collapse is never on our terms unless we make it so. So what comes next? Be an optimist for your family and friends, but a pessimist in the mirror. There is no scenario where authoritarianism collapses on its own. Resistance is not just important, it's the only way power relinquishes control. There's no normal to return to, folks. There's only what we do now.
Love this, man. And someone said he has a free Patreon. I would say go to his page, find his Patreon and join it if you want. Patreon's kind of like a Discord where you can learn. Patreon's cool. I considered getting one and attaching it to my Discord, but just too lazy. But I love what he said about Camus. Nothing better than a French philosopher, right? You resist authoritarianism, you resist because it is ethically and morally right to do so, not because victory is assured. You dig your heels in and resist because that is what you're called upon to do as an ethical person. We have to resist. And the best, there's so many good parts of this, but I love what he talked about is like what we have to do when change happens. When anyone asks me, what power do we have left in America? We stop consuming and we stop working. Like all of these protests to not consume, to boycott Target, like we've taken billions of dollars from Target's market cap, right? Like that's what matters. We do not consume. That's where our power lies. We do not work. We grind the American economy to a halt. And that's when people who Trump actually gives a shit about, like, right, like CEOs and corporations, have a problem. That is our power. We control what we consume. We control if this economy stops. That's where our power lies. But again, resistance is always important. And I think it was Ruthie. She said, like, town halls or protests aren't working. They're absolutely working. Look, Tesla's lost $800 billion in market cap. If you don't believe that this is working, I mean, if you think it happens overnight to drive, I mean, they're going to hold out as long as possible. You're talking about affecting the richest man in the world. What does it take? How much ridicule? Like, I mean, it's not going to happen overnight, but also we need to step it up, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Get to a protest, make noise. Don't spend money at places where you don't agree with what they're doing. But again, like, that's when there are boycotts on things, or when there are these days where it's like, we're not spending money. When was that last one? It was February 28th. That was extremely successful. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be activists. And what I want to say is, please do not think someone is coming to save me. I know a lot of us in our experience, for whatever reason, have that belief. Nobody is coming to save you. You are your own savior. You are not a princess in a tower. You are the knight on the horse. Affect change, force change, will it to happen every single day. That is what we have to do. And trust me, in that exercise, this is going to sound a little philosophical, but we are all going to be richer for the experience. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, truly, like, I mean, it's scary. It's like, what the F is going on? But do you want to sit by and just work for capitalism for the rest of your life? Or do you want to force a regime change? Like, have you ever wanted the opportunity to live? Now you have it. Never before will we ever be closer or feel more alive. Like, truly, we might have been cogs in a wheel for our whole lives, but now we're going to force a revolution. So get excited. Like, the more I think about it, the more I'd rather feel alive. I say this all the time. I have nothing to lose. So let's do it. It is huge. And especially the people that frequent this live, like, we're all extremely capable, intelligent people. And that's the truth. Like, well, and I think I have some examples of it. Let me find my next, where I was going with this, because I'm trying to think of who it was. I think it was Chris Hayes, and they were talking about this, like, well, first I want to find this AOC clip. Or not AOC, sorry, not AOC, Jasmine Crockett clip, because I feel like it's so motivational. Let me find it. Oh, wait, maybe the Chris Hayes one is first. Well, I'll do the Jasmine one first, because Jasmine, well, let me see. Schumer scraps his, I showed you the book tour one. I want to find this Chris Hayes clip. Yeah, I'll do it after. I'll do the Jasmine one first. So I've suggested everyone follow Christopher Webb before. He's amazing. See Webb online. He's great. If you find him, I'm pretty sure he's on Blue Sky too. But Jake Tapper was interviewing Jasmine Crockett. And as usual, I mean, nothing, mainly about Chuck Schumer. And I found this extremely motivational.
They could fire half the workers in the federal government. It would have been a far worse consequence.
So he's saying that the path that House Democrats wanted would have presented a worse consequence. Is he wrong?
He's absolutely wrong. I mean, look at the reality of the votes, right? I understand that the American people are frustrated. Please believe many of us did not sleep because we were calling and trying to impress upon the senators the importance of pushing back in this moment. And as you saw, we had all but one Democrat in the House that voted for this. So that's 212 Democrats in the House. And then you had the vast majority of senators vote for it or vote against it as well. And so the idea that Chuck Schumer is the only one that's got a brain in the room and the only one that can think through all of the pros and cons is absolutely ridiculous. And Jake, you and I both know that this administration could care less about whether or not they violate the law. We know that we've had to rely heavily upon the courts. And I want to say, as you're talking about the polling on my party, I want to say that it is the Democratic attorney generals and some governors that are standing up against this administration and bringing those lawsuits and winning every single time. They are losing in court. Could we do a better job of making sure that the American people know that we are winning in the courts? We probably could. But at the end of the day, it's still Democrats that are winning for the American people.
Some progressive groups are calling for new leadership in the Senate for Democrats. Even House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, your leader, he was asked if he supports Schumer as leader of the Senate Democrats, and he said, next question. Do you think Senate Democrats should replace Chuck Schumer?
I think Senate Democrats have to sit down and take a look and decide whether or not Chuck Schumer is the one to lead in this moment.
That's yes, in case you don't know how congressional speak works. Think about when they ousted Biden for being the candidate for president. That's a yes, right? What Hakeem Jeffries did was a yes. Get the F out of here. That's what just to be clear, that's what they're all saying. Like, that would be the moment to say, no, I trust Chuck. He's doing a great job. That is the congressional equivalent of pack your bags, Chuck.
You're close with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. Some of your fellow House Democrats say, and not just progressives, by the way, we've heard that moderates have said this too, that they're ready to support her to challenge Chuck Schumer in a Democratic primary. Would you get behind that?
That's 4 years from now. If you were asking me at least in 2 years, then I would have an absolute answer. But I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are watching his leadership in this moment. This is the moment. We don't even know what elections will look like in 4 years, if we will have elections. And so I definitely think that younger, fresher leadership may be something that many of us, not just depending on what part of the spectrum you're on, but many Americans may be looking for, especially in.
We agree. I think we're all on the same page. Younger, fresher, and I don't actually not even younger because I'm fine. Let Bernie Sanders be minority leader of the Senate. He can do it. It's not. I don't want to be an ageist. I think you can have the right message, right? Like, Chuck. It's time to go. Let Bernie let Bernie be minority leader. I'm sure everyone would agree to that, and it's not ageist, but yeah, that's fine. Bernie can do it. Bernie's ready to go. Bernie is literally campaigning when there's no election. Bernie is on a campaign tour tearing up the Midwest. Bernie can do it. Chuck, you seem incapable of figuring out what's going on. Let somebody that knows what's going on do it. I want to show these clips of Chris Murphy because Chris Murphy also did an interview yesterday that was amazing. But first, I meant to show you guys this and then we kind of got off topic. Oh my God, TikTok. Third time's the charm. Just reopening the presentation again. Remember, I was talking to you guys about this recording I had found of Chuck Schumer yesterday. He was on a radio show on FM radio. I know, I'm FM radio, is that what it's called? The literal link to it says .fm. So I'm okay, it must be, I don't know what to say about radio. But he's on some radio show saying I haven't talked to Hakeem Jeffries, which, this makes sense. So this was yesterday at 5:47 a.m. And then, right? No, wait, this was this morning. Well, and then Manu Raju was reporting. Remember the clip I showed you where Manu Raju's my sources tell me that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer had a meeting in Brooklyn last night. So it's Monday. Sunday night, they met up in Brooklyn, in Hakeem's, that's where his district is. That's what CNN is reporting. So this was posted actually, now I realize, this morning at 5:47. So I don't know when this interview happened, but it was the New York Times on FM radio. And I'll just let you hear this. He kind of implies he hasn't talked to Hakeem Jeffries when CNN says they have it on good authority that they did speak last night.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries seemed to throw you under the bus on Friday. He was asked directly if he thought you should be replaced as leader, and he very pointedly refused to answer that question. Have you spoken to Jeffries since the vote?
I speak to Jeffries regularly.
Have you spoken to him
since
the vote?
He and I have a good relationship. We speak all the time.
But have you spoken since the vote?
I want to say this.
Have you spoken since the vote?
No, we haven't spoken since the vote, but we speak all the time. We speak regularly, and we have a good, close relationship.
Senator, you were crucial in getting President Joe Biden to step down. Do you think it's time for you to do the same?
Let me say this. There is spirited disagreements on which was the right vote.
You pushed Biden out. Now it's time to get out the same way you pushed him out. Like that makes sense to me. I think she made a great point. This is what you did to Joe Biden, and his brain worked.
Yes, there is spirited disagreements on which was the right vote. But as I said, I think we have mutual respect in our caucus. And we are all united, no matter how people voted on this vote, to continue fighting Trump. We are a united and strong caucus fighting against Trump. We disagreed on this issue, but that doesn't diminish in any way how we're going to fight every step of the way against Trump. And I believe that we're going to have some real successes.
Okay. There is reporting that some Democrats are now privately urging Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to consider a primary run against you. It now seems likely that she or someone else will primary you in New York in 2028. Do you think the base has your back after this? Because ultimately they'll decide who becomes New York's next senator.
Yeah, that's a long time away. I am focused on bringing Trump's numbers down, his popularity down, exposing what he has done to America and what he will do. That's my focus right now. And that's what I'm focusing on 24/7. It's, 3 years from now is a long way to speculate. I believe that my hard work against Trump will pay off.
Hi, Chuck. Nope. Sorry. You had this. And honestly, do we expect much of these people? I don't even think we do. It's just, this was your one opportunity to not F up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's several others we could have held him accountable for. But when it mattered most, this was the one opportunity we had to control something. Well, Trump literally does an authoritarian takeover of our country, and you shat the bed while we all watch. So, yeah, it's a long time away if in terms of will you even make it to then, we don't know. But yeah, it's also just around the corner. Enjoy this time. And if you are smart, you should leave now because we've had it. Yeah, I don't know, Chuck. Your hard work, what, the book tour you just canceled because you're worried about Democrats picketing you? These are the people you say you represent, and you don't want to face constituents who are like, what the F are you doing? That's the ultimate sign of cowardice. By the way, on the clip I'm talking about where Manu Raju is reporting, hey, they met in Brooklyn, it's about him canceling his book tour in shame because he does not want to be picketed. Like, if you're so confident and you're doing the right thing for your constituents and your base, then go on your stupid book tour and see how it goes. Like, it doesn't seem like you seem confident in what you've done. Like, get on that book tour, Chuck. Why stop now? Like, see, get the reaction of the people. See how they feel about it. I think Chuck should go on his book tour. I think it's an admission. It's a literal admission of guilt. You know that you have no spine. And now you don't want to go face the music. Like, get on just like you were telling people to show the Republicans to go to town halls, go on your book tour and talk to the public about your decision making. Like, if you're a true Democrat, don't be a hypocrite. That's the one thing. Now you said all this stuff, so go face the public and see if they agree with you. And honestly, I would respect him a lot more if he would. Like, just show up and listen to what people have to say to you. My guess is it's going to be great. But showing up is part of it. Oh my God. Sorry. This will be the third time I open this presentation. And now on to Chris Murphy, because he was doing an interview yesterday that was awesome. And he was also asked about Chuck Schumer. I love Chris Murphy. I mean, reasonably. All Senate Democrats can let you down at any moment, but I'm certainly liking Chris Murphy in the 119th Congress.
This is not a normal political moment. This is not a normal political fight. What Donald Trump is doing right now is absolutely insidious. He is every single day acting unconstitutionally. He is trying to destroy the rule of law. And for what? To essentially hand our government over to the billionaire class so that they can steal from us. There is a level of corruption happening in this White House that is absolutely unprecedented. And so this, to me, is a moment where we need to be restraining the president's power, not giving him new authorities. And for those of us that voted against this budget bill, part of our worry is that it does give the president new authority to move money around, new authority to begin new programming, cuts some essential services for the poor and the middle class. And while I totally understand my colleagues who didn't want to catapult us into a shutdown, I actually think that the American people would have understood that Republicans have an obligation to negotiate with Democrats. This is the first full-year spending bill since I've been in Congress that was written only by the Republican Party. So, yes, it would have been a risk. I understand the decision that many of my Democratic colleagues made, but I think the American people want us to take risks right now in order to save our democracy.
Amen, Chris. You don't have to be so nice, but thank you. Absolutely, we want, I mean, if not now, I mean, when we're all in camps, when we're all in an El Salvadorian prison labor camp because Trump said we were criminals, is that when? I mean, then it is too late. Like now would be when we need to take all the risks. Like it's time to go. Sorry, there's many parts of this interview.
Again, I understand the danger of a shutdown right now, but as we saw just hours after that bill passed the Senate, the president is continuing to act unconstitutionally. He shut down some of our most important programs that protect us abroad, like Radio Free Asia and Radio Free Europe, that were funded and authorized in that spending bill. So by passing the spending bill, it doesn't seem that we have restrained any of the president's lawlessness.
Did I not say that? Did I not say that on Friday? That we passed a continuing resolution in December and Trump ignored the entire thing and did whatever he wanted. So passing another one, all he would do was ignore it. Do you guys remember on Friday when I literally reported on a reporter saying we have it on good authority from insiders in the Trump administration that they will impound funds from this continuing resolution, that they have no intention of following the continuing resolution? So Chuck Schumer needs to get out. The more I can't even think about it anymore because it's making me very upset.
Do you think that Leader Schumer is the best person to lead your caucus in this moment?
Senator Schumer certainly can lead this caucus.
Is he the best person?
He can lead this caucus, but we need to have a conversation inside the caucus about whether we are willing to stand up to Republicans. Listen, we have options. We could decide to not proceed to legislation as an ordinary course of business. There are big fights ahead of us, like the debt ceiling, like another potential government shutdown in 6 months. So we have opportunities as a caucus to stand up and meet this moment. And I think the American people are demanding that we do that.
Just yes or no before we move on. Do you have confidence in Leader Schumer?
I still support Senator Schumer as leader, but I think the only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is if we change our tactics, and we have to have a conversation inside our caucus to make sure that we are going to do that.
Is that the conversation where you throw Senator Schumer out? I agree, Chris. I think that's a if by conversation you mean a mob that ousts and gets rid of Schumer, I agree. He's saying it without saying it. Like, listen, this is politics, though, right? Like, this is how it works. Like, they're not going to say it, but let me just be clear. by going on the news and even having these conversations, that is what they're saying. They're saying, this is the nice way. Just, I want you to picture in your minds when they got rid of Joe Biden from being a presidential candidate. It started out with just them doing interviews saying, hey, like, we were thinking, like, maybe you might not be the guy, you know? And that it just got like crazier and crazier. Like, that's what, just by doing these interviews, they have all betrayed him. Just to be clear. So, like, you just have to read between the lines. I think this is the last clip from this interview.
Many of your supporters responded online saying you should replace Leader Schumer. Is that something?
That was me. I wrote that underneath his video like 300 times. She might be referring to me. I'm the weirdo online that keeps saying, get rid of Schumer and make Chris Murphy minority leader. That's me.
Many of your supporters responded online saying you should replace Leader Schumer. Is that something that you would consider? Would you consider that role?
I mean, I don't think anybody's having that conversation right now. What's important is that we meet this moment. And what I'm telling you is that if we continue to observe norms, if we continue to engage in business as usual, this democracy could be gone. I don't think we have a year to save American democracy. I think the way the president is acting, using law enforcement to target dissidents, harassing TV stations and radio stations that criticize him, endorsing political violence, puts our democracy at immediate risk. So if you are a Democrat in the Senate or in the House, you have to start acting with urgency. And that is the conversation that we have to start having inside our caucus.
Maybe he's just reading my comments. I was like, where's the sense of urgency? I could not agree more. Yes, I do just write weird things to Chris Murphy and hopes he's listening. No, but that is the fact, though. Like, where is the urgency? Stop pretending, Chuck. Stop pretending you doing nothing and everything's going to turn out okay. That's and I don't know how to say this because I'm not sure. I don't think Chuck Schumer is like not smart. I just think maybe he, for whatever reason, does not understand or recognize the pattern and the urgency we all need to have. As someone who only sees patterns, this pattern we are now in is very much unprecedented, unless you want to compare it to other totalitarian regime takeovers. Like we could compare it to like the Iranian Cultural Revolution. Like, I mean, those are the parallels that we can draw. So I'm sorry, Chuck, if you are a pragmatist or you're just not with it, but I'm sorry. I want to respect my elders, but we don't have time. We're not going to be able to respect you all because we're not going to have a country. So, like, to keep you safe too, Chuck, get out of the way. Get the F out of the way. Like, yeah, I know. And I was playing that clip on Friday of Chuck talking to Trump at that Catholic fundraiser in October. Get out of the way, Chuck. You'll be fine either way. Like, get out of the way. I don't have time. I'm not going down with you because you're an idiot. Respectfully, of course. So respectfully. Just get out of the way. Like, or, you know, the easy way or the hard way. Get out of the way or be moved out of the way. And that's what I'm saying. I promise you guys, whenever it's time to oust someone from Congress, I'll be the first one to scream it. I just don't think, I think Hakeem Jeffries, we don't need to oust. I do think Chuck needs to go. For sure. 100%. We can never forgive him for what he's done. And that's a shame to ruin your own legacy. Meddling Mind, thank you so much for the $50. You don't know what that means to me. She said they said thank you for what you do. I appreciate it so much. And Joseph, thank you for the $25. Do you think it's any coincidence Trump activated the deportation right after Chuck rolled over on Friday? Thanks for all you do. You're great, Joby1. Thanks for the subs, Joby. Do I think it's a coincidence? No, I think him showing up at the DOJ, the weird stuff he was saying there when I watched that whole speech on Friday, this is what he was alluding to. But Trump can't stay on any subject, but that's what he was basically saying is, I've been wronged, things are wrong, and I'm going to do, Nothing seems like a coincidence. But he couldn't say it or do it until that government was funded. If we had shut the government down, do I think those deportation flights would have happened? No. And that's what I want to say. When I saw the absolute S show unfolding this weekend, which was very much orchestrated, all I thought was like, hey, had we done the right thing on Friday, none of this would be happening. Trump would have a different problem, which is listening to the American people, thinking twice before he went around the law. Like the missed opportunity is not something we can ever forgive, period. Because you can be a little wishy-washy, you can be like trying to appease different people in the caucus, but when it comes time to resist, you have to resist, period. Like, and Chuck dropped the mother effing ball. And I promise you, if Hakeem Jeffries ever doesn't resist and doesn't encourage his entire caucus, it's like herding cats in the house, right? Like, he's got to, for him to get all of those people, 212, or I think it was, is it 212 total? And I think, and he got all of them but one to resist. Like, okay, keep it up. But Chuck, you not only, and I just want to point out, not only could Chuck not whip the votes, and who's the whip? Is that Dick Durbin? Not only could he not get sent 50 cent, not only could he not get Democrats on his side, he joined the opposition. I just want to be clear. He needed an extra vote and said, I will be that vote. I am not just saying I'm fine with other people defecting. I am literally on the other team. Like, that's what's unforgivable. It's not like he's like, hey, I did everything I can and like John Fetterman's out of his mind. You know, that would be a different conversation. Like, he's like, hey, I literally am joining the opposition. I will be, while you guys are under the wheels of the bus, I will be driving the bus over you guys. Have a great weekend. And that was going to go on a book tour. Like, no, sorry, can't do it. Can never do it. I'm going to reset the live goal. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Chrissy, the super chat. This is Mary F. Banish. AOC, I can't do this. Well, Jack's going to have to. Chrissy sent me a super chat that says F. Mary Banish, AOC, Jasmine, Jack Schlossberg. Well, I'm obviously going, oh my God. I'm gonna F AOC, I'm gonna marry Jasmine Crockett, and I'm obviously banishing Jack Schlossberg, even though I like him. Like, but yeah, like I'm not, and AOC can stay. If she wants to stay, she can stay forever. And it can be like a, like a, oh my God, why can't I remember what they call that? What do they call a throuple? Yeah. Everyone can stay except for Jack, even though I like Jack, but that's weird. I'm not like, how could you ever get rid of it? If Jasmine or AOC won, I met Jasmine in real life and she was like, get away from me. No, she didn't. But I was like, can I just follow near you, behind you? And she's like, no. I love her. And AOC. I've never met AOC. I would love to though. Have you seen AOC's fiance too? I mean, she's also good looking. Wait, I have to show this one video. Please don't close presentation. Just let me open this without closing. Oh, let's do an F around and find out. I forgot about this video. Because this is all over X, and I couldn't figure out what people were talking about. Like, because people were just posting this picture of this guy, and I guess who was his wife, saying like, oh, good luck, bye, like your wife's gone, but then no details of the situation. And then I finally found this video explaining what the F everyone is like laughing about. So I guess newlyweds Bradley Bartell and Camila Munoz can... Sorry, Bill Madden can go F themselves. I did not write these. These two Trump supporters get 0 Fs about Trump's schmutzy tactics happening to other people because they never imagined it would happen to them. Again, Bill, if you follow Bill Bowder, he has choice words for people. They are not mine. Oh, and if you're looking for who posted this video, it's not Bill Madden. He posts different TikTok creators. This is Hal_4_NY if you want to know who made the video. But again, I just didn't know what anyone was talking about until I finally found this video.
Is now in the find out phase. A Trump voter is now in the find out phase as his wife is sitting in an ICE detention center ready to be deported. Now meet Bradley Bartell and his wife Camilla. There they are, the happy couple just married. Now he voted for Donald Trump even though his wife was here illegally. She originally came on a visa, but she overstayed that visa. And he supported Donald Trump despite his policies to deport people. Now he thought it would be somebody else, but on return from their honeymoon in Puerto Rico, ICE picked her up because she was on a database for overstaying her visa. And of course, these people are just beside themselves. They didn't think this would happen to them. They thought it would be the others. They thought Camilla would get to stay because she was originally vetted for a visa. She was working, she had a W-2, and she paid taxes. They thought she would be the last one in the clubhouse who could pull up the ladder and prevent everybody else from coming in. But now they're in the find out phase. And he is upset. He calls the conditions she's in terrible. They can't believe they would do this to somebody. Well, he was ready for it to happen to somebody else. And welcome to the find out phase.
Send her to El Salvador to the prison labor camp, shave her head. I'm sure. I mean, she's a criminal, right? I mean, as far as anyone knows, so I hope she gets mailed to El Salvador. I do love that. Like, I know my face. I can't hide my faces. They just are like that. I've been told that since like first grade. Like, change your face, please. I can't. I'm just super annoyed all the time. Oh, is this what I wanted to show you? I think it is. I'm looking for somebody. I think this is one of them. This is in my find out.
There's something really remarkable happening right now. I'm not sure people have really quite gotten their arms around this. We are seeing this organic bottom-up movement against Musk's signature company, Tesla. Some activists just put up a website with a simple message, right? Sell your Teslas, dump your stock. And then an entire Tesla takedown movement has sprung up in response. They've got a map where all the protests are planned all across the country. It's been happening for about a month. This weekend alone, there are more than 100 protests planned at dealerships, Tesla dealerships across the country, from Brooklyn to Toledo, Dallas to Grand Rapids, Raleigh, dozens more. There are even, as you might see there, a handful planned in Canada and the UK. And I'm going to tell you something. I wager next weekend there will be even more, and the weekend after that more. Because this is growing every single day. And it's not Democratic leadership in Congress organizing the protests. It's just everyday folks who are fed up and want to make their voices heard. And it's having an insanely outsized effect. I mean, Tesla's sales are just cratering. The stock price has seen all of its post-election gains vanish. Musk's personal wealth has declined by more than $125 billion since the beginning of the year. That's because of this. And that's why Donald Trump had to turn the White House into a car lot this week and cut an ad for his co-president's fleet of vehicles. While the Attorney General of the United States effectively tried to threaten folks with jail time if they voiced their dissatisfaction with Musk's company.
If you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out because we're coming after you. Wow. And well, if you're funding this, we're coming after you. We're going to find out who you are.
If you go to a dealership? No. We've all got a First Amendment right to stand on a sidewalk with signs outside a dealership. Doesn't matter what Pine Bondi says. By all accounts, this is not being funded by some big funder. It's a grassroots movement. Some people are organizing. They're putting up a website. And at any rate, it doesn't seem like those scare tactics are working. I would hazard they only make people want to protest more.
Amen. Once we have one in Arizona, I'm going. I can't wait. And it's so true. Like, never give up hope, because we are driving Elmo crazy one day at a time. Oh, I don't know where the clip is. I'll find it tomorrow. I actually need to end the live probably here because I have some things I need to do. My dad has been really sick, so I need to take care of him, make sure keep him alive for at least a little longer until he says he's sorry for everything he's done to me. I can't let him go yet. He has not said sorry for everything. So I'm going to take my dad. I'm going to make sure my dad's okay. And I shall see you guys. Oh, I love that. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Again, tomorrow we're doing the broadcast 10 a.m. Wait, which is 9 my time. God, I need to make a note. I'm still not dealing well with this. 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, Dr. Danny and I will be doing the broadcast where we'll talk specifically about conservative policy hurting women and children. And then just a reminder, next Tuesday, I will be going to Denver, so we won't have a broadcast, but I plan on doing my show from there. I think I'm telling you guys this because you guys are my best friends and I'm anxious about traveling. So just telling you guys, I'll be going next Tuesday to Denver and I plan on doing my lives from there as well. But I'll remind you guys, is Pickles live? I can't see. It's hard. I can't tell anyone be careful in Denver or be careful of saying where I'm going. Oh yeah, my house won't be empty. It's not that big of a deal. Don't worry. What is Yes, let's raid Pickles. Sounds good. I can't tell on TikTok Studios live. So thank you for that. Let's do raid Pickles. Yay. And I'm going to go on a much needed mental health walk. And I shall see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, and then back on Wednesday, yeehaw, for the People's Receipts. Later, Gators.